Congratulations, and keep up the great work.
I would like to thank, as with all of our projects, it's not a single person, it's a team effort. On every project we do, I have to reach out to other departments to assist us with them, and this was no different. I had to bring in utilities, public works, police department, and everybody. You know, whenever we make those calls, we know we're asking them to put us at the top of their priority list, and they're already overwhelmed, but every time they do it, and I just want to say we really appreciate it.
Roger, we're very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, Roger.
I have proclaimed July 24th, 2022 as Dino Kartsanakis Day. Good? In Branson. Dino, would you meet me at the podium?
Doing great.
I have a proclamation for Dino. It says, a proclamation honoring Dino Kartsanakis for his contributions in Christian music and introducing global audiences to the faith of the Ozark Hills and proclaiming July 24th, 2022 as Dino Kartsanakis Day in Branson. Whereas it is recognized that Dino, a son of Greek immigrants, became an icon in gospel music for his Christian arrangements and earned a Grammy Award in 1999 for his work on the Robert Duvall film, The Apostle. Along with that award, Dino earned the Dove Award for the Gospel Music Association's Instrumentalist of the Year 6 times and Instrumental Album of the Year twice.
Yeah.
Whereas Dino became known as the Christian Liberace to the American press and carried this moniker with him to Branson. As Dino performed in Branson for many years, he continued to have a strong relationship with the faith community as his brother-in-law, gospel music singer Gary McSpadden, formerly of the Imperials, and Gaither Vocal Band, led a congregation in the community. Dino and his wife Cheryl have been local fixtures, including feeding residents and tourists alike with the world-famous, I'm ad-libbing here, Dino's famous carrot cakes. See a show of hands. Who has had Dino's carrot cake?
Oh, wow.
18 carrots. 24 carrots.
24 carrots. Whereas Dino chose to call Branson home and committed to the community as many entertainers had before him. He will be turning 80 years old on the day named in his honor, and it has been a life well lived with much more to come. Now therefore, I, Larry Milton, Mayor of the City of Branson, Missouri, hereby proclaim that on this day of July 24th, we celebrate the legacy of Dino Kartsanakis.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse.
It's getting worse. It's the last one. And his spiritual affirmations that continue to make Branson a place of worship and American values.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh yeah, let me just say something. I'm proud of all of you because you've had my cake, number one. But the thing that really, okay, I played the piano all my life since I was 3 years old. And now people stop me in the street and they say, "We love your carrot cake." Something's wrong with that picture. But Branson has been a great place for us. We came here over 30 years ago. It's hard to believe. You guys still look good. And we have enjoyed this place. It's been a haven of rest for a lot of us. And many ministries have come through here. And the very first day, I was able to bring TBN here to do a special a couple times. And that went all over the world. And that was a wonderful promotion for our wonderful town. But July 24th is something that Cheryl asked me about a month ago. She said, well, Dino, what are we going to do for your 80th birthday? What should we do? What can I do? And I said, leave it to me, Cheryl. So I rented the Mansion Theater for the 24th, and we're going to have a 100-voice choir, and of course Sandy Patty's going to be there, and some of my artist friends. It's on a Sunday at 7 p.m. And also, her name is Mary Melvin. She sang for 3 presidents. She's a friend of Cheryl and myself. And a lot of great VIPs, friends that I've known for many years that are flying in from everywhere. I'm humbled by the fact that someone called the other day, said they're driving from New Jersey. And I thought, why? I wouldn't go across the street to hear me play, you know. But anyway, it's going to be a great night, and we invite every one of you. Admission is free unless you are a sponsor, and we give you VIP seats and what have you. And of course, I'll have my carrot cake that night too, birthday cake.
Yes.
Thank you. What an honor! Such an honor this is. I really never expected it. I really didn't. And it's such a nice thing to show my grandchildren, great-grandchildren, that their great-granddad became a name person in Branson, you know. So thank you so much. God bless you, and bless Branson, Missouri.
Thank you, Dino and Cheryl, for all you've done for Branson. Thank you. Before moving on, Eric Schmidt, would you meet me at the podium, please? I just want to make sure everybody in our community was aware of this. Eric Schmidt had just...
It's usually what you do.
Wednesday, right, Chad? I have a lot to say, but I've summarized it. Assistant Chief Eric Schmidt graduated from the FBI National Academy on June 9th, 2022, as a member of the 282nd session. The National Academy consisted of 254 men and women from 47 states and the District of Columbia, as well as law enforcement agencies from 26 countries, 4 military organizations, and 9 federal civilian organizations. Internationally known for its academic excellence, the National Academy offers 10 weeks of advanced communication, leadership, and fitness training. Participants must have proven record as professionals within their agencies to attend. On average, these officers have 21 years of law enforcement experience. The city is very proud of Chief Schmidt's accomplishments, and congratulations.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everybody, for that, and Mayor for that. And I just want to thank the city for supporting me in this. Many people don't know that this was a 15-year bucket list item for me. I actually started this at my previous agency in Colorado, but it would have taken me about 21 years to make it there. So the move out here bumped me up on the list a little bit, and I got to go a little sooner than I would have had I stayed in Colorado. So it was a huge blessing for me to be here. I know that as short as we are, that it was a stress on the police department and others, but I very much appreciate the support in sending me there. By far the best professional thing I've ever done. So big thank you to the council, to Chief Matthews, to the FBI for getting me there. So thank you.
Thank you. tell you, that is a big deal going through that. Next, we're going to move on to our public comment section. Before we do, a few months ago, I wanted to set the decorum rules for our public comment section. To respect everybody's time and the board, what I'm asking is when you come up to speak publicly, please have your topic affecting the city of Branson and what this board can do about it, okay? I know we've heard in the past about the World Health Organization and CDC and different things. We can't do anything about that. So when we talk in the public comments, I want it to be about the city of Branson and something the board can do. Fair? I've been asked that from several. So with that, we'll open up for the public comment section. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
We do. Your Honor, our first speaker is Alan Kemper. He's speaking on our American history, 932 South Market, Springfield, Missouri.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and all distinguished members, aldermen. And I'd just like to say it's such a privilege to be able to come into Branson and to feel your spirit doing handsprings, rejoicing up and down, that here is a place that's not ashamed of the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. And I would like to say another big thank you to Officer Smith, Chief Smith, that he prayed and he wasn't ashamed to pray out loud, and he said, "In the name of Jesus, our Lord." That's what must be all over this nation. And so, Mr. Milton, Honorable Mayor, sir, I'd just like to say that you've been a strong leader, and I want to uphold you and all that, and continue being bold in the right things, which you're doing very well. What is affecting Branson that I want to bring? We all know that we have all been in the throes of mass deception, all kinds of things that have, from the beginning of our history, there have been lies spoken to try to stop the goodness and the righteousness that we as Americans have begun and continued in. When we would come to crises after crises, we would always turn to God and the Bible. And so it seems to me like we are in a crisis of crises. And it cannot be sugar-coated. It can't be swept under the rug. It's got to be addressed, exposed, and dealt with. So how can the city of Branson deal with all the things that are happening? Mr. Mayor, when we have had such terrible times, our presidents have led us in days of prayer and fasting and calling every believer to go to the respective houses of worship and spend the whole day meditating, praying, seeking the living God. And here in Branson, we know that Jesus is Lord. And so I would just like to bring forth a proclamation and say, as you determine, Mr. Mayor, what would be the best day, the best time to publicly proclaim that the city of Branson is going to be observing a day of prayer and fasting for all of the things that are affecting us as a community first and foremost, and also our whole nation. Now, if we can continue to be the spotlighted place of the world, that means we have such a big footprint, big influence all over the world that when it is noised about on a given day, Branson is calling everybody to go to their churches and to kneel and pray and cry out to the living God that he'll do something, do a miracle to turn our nation back around the way it should be, then it's going to be heard literally all over the world, and it's going to have impact. So rather than me try to say it should be on a given date, you're a very wise man, so I will leave it with you that we can all join with you in Springfield. We'll spread the word as near as far as we can through the internet, social media, and on this given date, Branson is not ashamed to say, we believe that Jesus Christ is Lord, and he's the only one that can fix our problems. And it really does gall me that we have sought other solutions than the one that we know that always works, and that is our Lord Jesus Christ has already defeated Satan, and we must stand strong and not allow people to think that we're going to even give up any part of our faith. I have given unto you, each one of these copies. We call it our Gospel Constitution booklet. And this is the size that can go into waiting rooms, doctors' offices, and I'd like to address you personally, but you know who you are that are reaching a lot of people in your professions. And we also have a smaller version for students, college students, and people who can be able to really think about these things and make the wise decisions. So I want to say thank you again for the privilege to come from Springfield, Missouri, and thank you for letting me just rejoice with all of you and the good things that God is doing here. I do feel like Branson's my second home. I attend to the Tabernacle in Branson on Saturday, so I always have an excuse to be here on Saturdays, and it's just a wonderful experience to be with people who love Jesus Christ, completed Jews and people like that. And Dr. Olson is standing up for the right things because he's done the research, and I just want to say
20
we
seconds.
must stop whatever is not correct according to the Bible and turn all our affection, our love to Jesus Christ, because he is our solution. And let's not be ashamed of it and be bold and brave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Bob Monday, speaking on God in Branson, 2345 Greenbrier Street, Battlefield, Missouri.
It's an honor to be here. Mr. Cooper, have you got any extra 57 Shure mics or 58 mics that you could loan the city if they need them?
Absolutely.
I figured you probably. All right, I will speak up. Been having a little trouble with the voice, but that's all right. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. Mayor, you are a hero to me, not only because you're a Marine, but you've been chosen. Many are called, a few but chosen. Now I'm going to mention something that is a battle that's going on, that's raging right now. That which is flesh, and that which is spirit. We know that comes from the Word. I'm not going to even bother this. This vaccination that they are demanding in California, every child from 6 months to 5 years old, you have you could bring forth a mandate. Your city fathers, God has chosen you. This is the city on a hill, and I do believe it's for all America. Branson, Missouri, USA. The eyes of the nation are on this place tonight. I don't have a doubt one of that. If you were to propose and bring forth a mandate, we are not going to vax our 6-month-old to 5-year-old babies. And according to the data that Doctor has, up to 80 to 90% of all the expectant mothers that take the vax are miscarrying. This man runs with 20,000 doctors. His training, Mayo Clinic, 41 years through Mercy and Cox. I ask you, use the leadership that comes from the Most High God and stand up for America, as you always have, and the things you always do for the veterans. Let's do it for the babies. Let's do it for the children. Let's do it for the future. We can't leave this hell of a mess for them. We've got to do it. God bless you. Thank you for the wonderful job you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Madam Clerk?
Next speaker is Irene Phillips, speaking on grandchildren. Address is Morningside Village, Branson.
bring it up a ways. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Okay, well, to lay just a little bit of groundwork for what I'm going to say, I'm quite aware, because of family that has been involved in this situation. One family member helps run a nursing home here in Missouri, and the whole nursing home tested positive for the COVID, and then later they retracted, and they were all quarantined, sent home, and this led up to what happened to us here in Branson last year when my granddaughter was born. So we went to, in an emergency situation, to Cox Hospital here in Branson, 4 o'clock in the morning, and all I can say is there was extreme pressure for not only the COVID shot, but also the COVID testing. And it came to the point where Child Protection Services were called in, and they came to our home. They were monitoring us just because we were against the COVID vax. And my granddaughter is doing very well. She did not have the shot. My granddaughter did not have the shot. And I've had family members die because of the shot. And so I'm really imploring you and praying that no other family will have to suffer what we have suffered. And there are people here that have suffered the loss of loved ones because of the shot. My brother just died 4 months ago. He had the shot. And my sister right now is almost on death's door, and so is another brother. So I had to speak out today, as difficult as it was, but please stop this, because it's taken the lives of the innocent, and it's affecting us as well. If it doesn't produce death, it does produce lifelong problems in the body, including blood clotting. And I know many of you have heard all of this. I'm sure you have. But we need to make the public aware of it. We need to stop it. So thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Irene. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Dr. Robert Olson, MD, speaking on babies, pregnancy, and COVID vax from Springfield, Missouri.
Good evening. How are you guys doing? I love this group of people here. I hear such good things about the mayor and the whole group of you. And I know you're relatively young and in this position of authority over us. And I agree with Bob and Alan and Irene. You have authority, and I want you to decide to use it. And I want this to be the first county in the entire country to stop vaccinating our children. You know why I say that? We have done a study in the UK. 11 million young people from 0 to 20 years old, healthy. Do you know how many died from the virus? Take a guess. 0? 0 is the answer. 0. The answer is 0. What are we doing? Why are we doing it here in this country? 5 to 11-year-olds, now it's 6 months to 4-year-olds. Stop it. Stop killing us. Stop killing our babies. I want to cover 3 areas today. I want to cover the Fauci protocol, which is deadly, and it's killed 1 million Americans. It's used by both hospitals in this area, Sisters of Mercy and Cox. They don't get paid $175,000 if they don't use remdesivir. Remdesivir is poison. It'll kill half the people that use it. Why are we doing the Fauci protocol? It's being done right here in Branson. Stop it. Stop these people. Why are they doing it? $175,000 per death. I'm from the Mayo Clinic. I trained in Rochester, Minnesota. I've got 1,500 relatives up there, and they have killed 5 of my relatives with the Fauci protocol. They get $380,000 up there. The other issue, vax a pregnant woman. This lady's daughter-in-law is pregnant again. And guess what? If she would have taken the vax, when they told her to take the vax, when this other child that's a little bit less than 1 year old, she would have had a miscarriage of her second child. No woman from 0 to 50 should ever take the vax. None. None. I'm with a group, 20,000 doctors. We filed a lawsuit against the federal government and won. Here's an American hero. You know why? I'll read to you why. Mark Pittman, district attorney, district judge, Texas, American hero, demanded Pfizer to release the vaccine data and subsequently ending the greatest scam in human history. Human history. No. Do you believe Fauci? Do you believe Fauci anything he's ever said? No. Guess what? We have him sued in international criminal court. Boris Johnson, Bill Gates, Anthony Fauci, Tedros, Klaus Schwab. You know what the charge is? Genocide by vaccine. This is what you people are doing here. You have the authority to stop this. I was told by the most important person here in Branson yesterday. He didn't think it was possible to stop the vax here in Taney County. I looked at him and I says, really? We can't stop killing people? I can't believe it. I hope that's not true. Okay, let's talk about...
30 seconds.
Okay, one more thing, then I'll go. These are the killing fields. These are the people that are killing them, politicians. I want to cover the Fauci protocol, what's involved. First of all, the test is always positive, false positive. You get an arm bracelet. You get the remdesivir, kills half the people that get it. Within 48 hours to 72 hours, they can kill almost anybody. They can kill any one of you in the hospital. I'm a doctor. I've worked in hospitals a long time. I cannot believe what's happening. Why are they death chambers? Why are we afraid to step foot in a hospital? I would not step foot in a hospital for anything. Anything. And my plea to you, very practical, be the first county that's ever stopped the vax. Stop the vax for all children between 0 and 20 years old. There's no reason that they're taking it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Folks, I just want to say I appreciate your presentations today. We have absolutely zero, you said authority, it's not true. We don't sanction these, we don't give them out, we are not the county, we have nothing to do with it. We don't authorize them or zero. I appreciate where y'all are coming from when you give your messages of faith and you give your messages of God being in Branson. I would just ask that we respect our mayor. He's asked for a few weeks now. We really have to have this on issues that affect Branson. Thank you. That we can control. We don't have the authority over it, sir. I apologize.
Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Doug Clark, World Economic Forum, 121A St. Andrews Street, Branson, Missouri.
Get your microphone there, Doug. Thank you.
After listening to the first three people here, I think it's a sad day when people have the idea that there's nothing can be done about this. And it's because from top to bottom of this country, we've acquiesced our own rules about how you produce a product, how you test a product, how you go around the normal protocols of distributing a vaccine, and then covering up the clinical trials that show that this vaccine is a dangerous vaccine.
Doug, can I just ask a question?
What?
I don't believe, we'll have to get our attorney's opinion. I don't believe this board has any authority over Cox Hospital and their choice of using vaccines. I don't think the city can march up to Cox Hospital and tell them what they can and cannot do medically.
Yeah. Well, I recall when we were fighting the mask that we had the first people that got to talk were the Cox people.
Correct.
And he sat right there and looked at us in the eye and lied that they didn't have anything to use at all at that time. And what they did was they wouldn't let you use the two things that would probably save most of these people. He recommended Mr. Fauci's protocol, which is remdesivir. And it was, by the way, it was used to treat AIDS, which was Mr. Fauci's little thing that he was trying to get effect, because he wanted to get cured from.
But Doug, I'm going to ask,
So
this.
why would you not let the public challenge the hospital when they were down here telling you a lie from the beginning?
I believe I was one of those challenging myself.
Okay, we do not have to accept their.
That's right. But this board cannot go to Cox Hospital and say you will not vaccine anybody from 6 months to 20 years
no,
old.
But you can say no, and you can encourage other people, and you can put the information out that people need to have. That's what's not happening here. You know, and there's a whole aspect of things that are affecting our representative republic that everybody is missing in the management of the country, from the county to the city to whatever. So what we do not do is when these people come waltzing in here with whatever they want to do to present it to you, nobody gives the alternative in-depth research on where these people are coming from and what their agenda is. Now, if we would do that, we would find out that we're dealing with a bunch of diabolical murdering killers, and that's what they do. And there isn't any doubt in my mind that's what the agenda to this is, because they've done it in the past. So what my talk was going to be tonight was the intersection between the United Nations, the World Health Organization, and the World Economic Forum.
Before you go down that road, I'm fairly confident the Branson Board of Aldermen will have little or no influence on the World Health Organization.
I'm not telling you that you have to have an
I know,
influence.
but what I'm trying to, I've had several of our community members ask to have our meetings, are tending to get long.
Okay.
In fact, after this meeting, we have another meeting to go to. And so I've been asked by several in the community, if we can, let's keep the comments down to things that the public can share with this board, and this board can take action on that. Dr. Fauci won't listen to Larry Milton.
City proclamation, sir.
Dr. Fauci will not listen to Mayor Milton. I'm fairly confident of that. He won't listen to the Branson board.
Who knew Mr. Fauci before all of this stuff hit?
Okay.
Practically nobody.
Do you understand what I'm trying to
I get
say?
it. I get it. But you
When
have
when I see a handout that starts off with this, it tells me that Branson Board of Aldermen cannot do anything about this.
You are allowing the protocols and administration of the United Nations right here in your city. You just don't know, you don't recognize it. Okay? That is the United Nations logo. Okay? This is the Soviet Union's logo, and there's a coincidence. I want to go through this so you understand this.
But Doug,
It'd only take me 5 minutes to run through it.
United Nations, Vladimir Putin could give 2 cents of what Mayor Milton and this board has to say or do.
I'm not talking
So
about.
instead of, I know you want to share the information, but I don't think this is the proper environment.
Well, what is?
Well, I don't know, but this is to do, we have city business that we need to get done.
But you are letting these organizations, excluding Mr. Putin, I'm just showing.
I'm not
you-
letting them, I can't stop them.
I'm showing.
Last
you-
time I put a call into Putin, he didn't return my call.
I'm just showing you the significance of the symbols of the organizations and what they have said.
I understand that, but there's nothing this board can do about it,
Okay, what
Doug.
would you say if you saw this on each side of our Speaker of the House?
I can't control the Speaker of the House. Congress does not return a call from Mayor Milton.
This is the fascist symbol.
Okay, go talk to the Senate. Go talk to go to Washington
I
DC.
do.
We can't do anything about it here.
I'm just saying that you're missing the point here with what I'm trying to say to get you to focus on who comes in
I'll
with
tell you what.
different things.
I am focusing on my borders, and my borders is the city limits of Branson, Missouri, and it's a handful. It's a handful just for me to tackle that.
Well, let me finish what I got here and give me
If you don't-
compensation. It's going to make sense when I get through it. That's all I can tell you.
But Doug, I'm going to ask you something.
What?
With anything you're going to share, is there anything this board can do about what you're about to share?
Yes.
Let's start with that. Let's start with what we can do.
Okay. When you see this word,
What can we do
when
about
you
it?
see this word, this should make the hair on the back of your head stand up because it's an outside agenda that's being promoted within Branson through people
speak to the
that
mic, please.
understand it. Okay. This is Klaus Schwab from the Economic Forum. Okay.
He doesn't, well, I don't know, he doesn't know us.
He does know you. You've got a lot of people in this area that are under his leadership that's doing the narrative on everything that we're having involved with here. You have to look at the interior operation of these international organizations.
So what part of this can this board affect?
You don't let these people come in.
I haven't seen him. Has anybody seen him in Branson, Missouri?
He won't be in Branson, but he's
That's
got-
my point.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
And Doug, and I listen, it's just what I said to you 2 weeks ago.
Right.
When you talked about 2030 plan, that is something we can address. There are a lot of people who believe there's a globalist agenda behind that. So
Well,
we
guess
can
what?
address that.
He's involved in it up to his eyeballs.
Awesome. So then come to those P&Z meetings when we do 2030 plan.
Right.
You can share that, and we will get the anti-growth parts out of it.
Right.
We will. It's not that we are always disagreeing with everything you're saying. It's just we're trying to move it.
I'm not trying to be disagreeable. I'm just trying to present some information if you can look inside the box here and see what it is. Now, the other side of this, if you look at this closely, you will-
World Economic
Okay.
Forum.
It's got the 666 logo in it.
Can I do anything about that?
Well, if you're a God-believing Christian,
I am.
then that should be a red flag. Why are we doing international law and organizations allowing this kind of stuff to come in here? It's
This
in here.
board is not allowing it.
Okay.
This board doesn't have the authority to stop it, but this board is not allowing these things to happen.
It's already here, Larry. You just don't know it. How do you think sustainability got here? Do you think it just
In the
somebody
mic.
up here invented it? No, it was brought in through the United Nations, and it's some parts of the same thing. And it's a control factor for the people that are promoting sustainability. And if you know the word sustainability, it means that this is what you're going to have, and that's what we can sustain, and we're not going to have any more. Obviously, we're not going to have gas like we used to, or coal food, or whatever
This
else.
board cannot affect the gas prices or the availability of gas. I appreciate the message you're trying to get out. I just think this is the wrong forum for you to get your message out.
Well, who do you suggest I talk
The
to?
people that can make a difference.
Who would that be?
I'm guessing it's congressmen, senators, Dr. Fauci, the World Health Organization. Those are the people that you need to communicate with. We cannot do anything about that.
Well, if we have all I'm saying is we have these outside organizations that are not part of our government making policy within our country with the acquiescence of a community or a county, and they're using this methodology to do a bunch of stuff that you're not aware of that's who's doing it.
Doug, if any of that affected our city code, I would expect you to stand up there and say, Mayor, this is in your city code and it needs to be changed.
It is in the Branson 2030 plan. right in the back on
Then
development.
like Marshall said, that is a P and Z meeting, it's not a Board of Aldermen
But
meeting.
we're working on it. We are. You have to give us room when we're trying to give it to you,
Well,
you know.
how long ago I came down here and tried to point that out to you?
Well, there's a reason it's called the 2030 plan,
It's probably been 20 years
right?
ago.
It's 2022.
This is why this stuff oozes into government. It comes in a little bit at a time, and somebody comes in and sells it to you, say it's nice, warm, and fuzzy, and we can save the environment, and it has nothing to do with the environment. Period. End of story. And if anybody, I'll show the whole shooting match of documents because it would fill half of your chairs up here that I go through and look for this stuff.
We have city business, please respect that. I'm not arguing with you, I'm just saying that in this forum, we need to address city business.
Okay.
And like I said, after this meeting, we have another meeting to go attend to.
Well, the funny thing about it is I haven't had, since started coming up here on 5G.
You talk in the mic or nobody can hear you, Doug.
I started coming up here trying to lay information on you guys on 5G and the FCC rulings on the broadcast of the frequencies of that, and I never got a question, although I had research from the Soviet Union on how bad the radiation is on some of this
Okay,
stuff.
I think.
And nobody that wants to know anything. That's what I'm getting. You know, don't let your kids sit a Apple iPad on their lap because they're getting radiated from the antenna that's on the bottom of it.
Thank you, Doug. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Richie Zates, speaking on health, 12692 Byway. This is Byway, 14 West, Omaha, Arkansas. And I practice up and down the hall.
Thank you. I get zits, and all kinds of stuff. But I don't have zits right now. But anyway, I'm okay. First of all, you all came in here on the premise of no mask and no shutdowns. Okay? We were at a critical time. I supported you. I still support you. Okay? I'm
Thank you.
1,000% on your side. I do believe it is important to listen to the public. And my format for this, and you know I've done other things too, to try to promote this community and make sure that the economy is going to be maintained and we're not going to be destroyed. I love this town. I came here in 2007. I've been a resident of this town for many years. And then I moved, which I kind of feel sad about because I still love Branson. And I've been all over the world and seen many, many places. And it's my favorite little piece of heaven. And it's only because of the base that we are standing on, which is our faith. Our faith in Yeshua, Jesus, our Messiah. That's why you go to other places and you go to other meetings like this, and they're very antagonistic towards Yeshua, Jesus. And they don't want to hear anything about changes. But you are affecting what's going on. When it started, we affected over 10 million people. Okay, think about that. Just a little town. We have so much impact on the world here. People coming here and going like, I don't want to wear a mask. I don't want you telling me that if I ride on the trolley, I have to wear a mask. And then calling the police on you and charging someone $500 and threatening them. I lost my best friend in a fire. She was burned alive with her mother because she was afraid of COVID. I lost my Hebrew teacher. I lost one of my very close friends. I've lost many, and they went in the hospital, and they were doing great, but something went awry. I do believe it is very important that you hear the citizens who put you in office. I really believe that you should listen to us and bear with us, even if we go off in tangents that don't seem to be applicable to the situation. But what we can do, and I will tell you what we can do, first of all, we have to pray a lot. Every one of us has a direct relationship with the Creator here. And it's by His hand that you're sitting in those seats, not by anything that you did. And I do nothing. I know that everything that comes to me is the grace of God. And I will always say that. We're all just, frameworks in the community. But it's critical that we protect the community and the citizens of the community. I went to the health department because I was interested in finding information. There are exemptions, okay? A lot of people won't know And I hope that everyone that's listening to my voice will understand there are exemption forms in this state. You can get an exemption. And if they're telling you and coercing you, like many of these hospitals, and I was here when that man from Cox was saying, we get little grants. Little grants? How much? Oh, they're just little grants. We've got data on the amount of money that's being shifted around for the purpose of depopulating the earth. Okay, this country is being destroyed piece by piece. And if you can't see that, then you have your eyes closed. And please don't get upset with people that come forth and they're concerned about you. They're not just thinking, oh, I want to come up here and make a lot of noise. No, I was, you saw what I went through, Larry. You know what I went through here. I was being removed from my rights were being taken away. And that's when I still had residency here in this town. And every one of you is a godsend. Every one of you has been placed in your position for this hour. And I'm saying what I want to do, and what I consider a good recommendation, is to open up an information agency, something which we're working on right now. And it's get the facts on the vax. Get the facts on the vax. And remember, this is an experimental vaccine. Hello? Experiment? What, mad scientists? They used to do that with people and take lobotomies. They used to do that with black people and give them diseases. They were experimenting illegally. They had the right to do that. I know people that have had mental challenges because they were part of that. Psychiatrists, my background goes into psychology. That's my background. But I'm just challenging you. Be gentle with us. We are supporting you. We got you here. Remember where you came from, okay? You wouldn't be in the chairs if we didn't get all rallied and abused by the former regime that was here. I'm challenging you. Open up an information center. You have a health department. You have exemptions. But people are not always that bright, and they might think it's compulsory to jab their babies and kill their babies and sterilize their babies and malign their children. They may not know. And if they can hear, if you can hear my voice, somebody out there is going to hear it, and it could be the saving of one baby. Remember when Moses was taken by his sister? Do you remember that? What was the law in the land at that time? Does anybody remember? Kill all the Hebrew children. Huh? Sound familiar? And now they want to kill all the American children? We have to stand against this, and you have to align yourself with us. We're not at battle with you. We love you. We appreciate every one of you. I was overjoyed when you guys were put in office, and I will support you. I'll do anything you ask. I'm here as a volunteer. But this is an important issue. This is not something we can just say, well, I'm not in the government. You are in the government. You stopped the shutdown. You stopped the COVID shutdown. You stopped it. You got rid of the mask. You have power, and stop saying you don't, because what you confess, you manifest. You have authority in this town. You're affecting millions and millions of travelers that come here from all over the world. This is a pivot point. There's a reason there were prophecies made about this place. God is going to pour his spirit into this place, according to Corrie ten Boom. And what do we call that little place? Shepherd of the hills. Hello? Shepherd? Who's the shepherd? Who's the shepherd? Yeshua, Jesus, right? Just all I'm saying to you is don't try to shut us down. Just work with us. We'll try to find a way to inform the public that they do not have to jab their babies. They do not have to kill their offspring. Okay? Work with us on this. Allow us to have an information whatever. Right now we're working on a website. I'm working on a website this day.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, it's not that myself or any of the board members are disagreeing with what you're saying. What I'm trying to communicate is I don't think this is the right forum to do that. Well, like you said, it needs to be a separate meeting, and that's what's discussed at a separate meeting. It is 5 minutes to 7. We have had a proclamation, employee award, and Eric Schmidt recognized for the FBI, and we've been into this meeting for almost an hour. I'm saying your topics are important. I'm just asking. This meeting is called together twice a month to conduct city business. Mm-hmm. I'm asking you to respect that.
That was exactly what these meetings were when we got rid of the mask and got rid of the shutdowns too, wasn't it? Those were outside the boundaries of your city. Those were things that were being...
Those were a specific city boundary that we
Well,
changed.
if we all come in agreement on this issue, the last thing we need to do is try to separate those that have passion for the community and the health and well-being of the citizens of this city. And it is a pivotal place. So I think that we need to find ways to coordinate information, because people will perish from a lack of knowledge. And just giving someone a little bit of information, like you don't have to do this, then they may not know. They might be listening to the news broadcast over and over again. You do not have to. You do not have to. But there are people that coerce, and doctors that coerce and kill people. And so we need to be one in this, not separating us.
I agree with you, and I'm not trying to separate. I am not trying to separate.
Well, if you would like to have a separate meeting, a session with all of those that are making a voice in their community as citizens, right, of our wonderful city, then let's work on a program of education so that people can see the real stats, which I have, okay, from a convalescent home stats, and these are multiple convalescent homes of people getting kidney failure right after getting the vac, and the elderly, and many of the other issues that are happening. These are real events, and they don't have agendas. They're just recording information, and information can change the situation. And I believe we all, including myself, okay, have an obligation to others to save their lives and to have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Amen? Amen?
Amen.
Are you going to agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay, let's work on an educational program to save people.
Okay, let's work on that. But please respect the fact, this meeting is called to conduct city business.
Right.
I'm not taking anything away from the importance of your topics, but that's not what this meeting is called for.
Can I say something, Mayor?
Sure.
Richie, you had mentioned that this board removed the mask, and you sat through all those meetings during that time, right?
Yes, yes.
I sat out there every meeting.
I know you did.
And I got up and spoke how I was against the mandate,
Yes.
and I ran
Yes.
based on the fact of removing this mandate, right? But I also remember saying that the night that we got the mandate removed, that we should still respect the businesses that choose to mandate masks in their business, because that's what it's all about, the freedom of having that choice to make a decision that suits you the best, right? So, you know, if we had the mandate removed, some businesses still chose to keep the mask mandate in place. I ripped my sign off as fast as I could drive to my theater and get the mask out of the window. However, I'm not going to go to some business that has, hey, mask required, and raise all kinds of stink. I'm either going to put it on or I'm going to go somewhere else. And, you know, the thing is, I think that we've been in this long enough that people know, there's plenty of information, and people make their own decisions based off of the information that's there. Me and my family chose not to vaccinate, but I don't persecute people that do. They had knowledge, and they had information that they believed taking that vaccine was the best for them. Right. For me and my family, that wasn't the right choice. So I can guarantee you, just like we removed the mask mandate, this city has no intentions of mandating
There you go.
a vaccine.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't want to speak for people, but this city is not going to mandate
Amen.
people to get vaccines, and we're not going to bring back mask mandates, because we believe there's enough information and knowledge out there for people as Americans to have the right to make a decision that's best for them.
Amen.
So, you know,
Mr. Mayor.
some people get a shot, some people don't. I think everybody's got enough information. If they don't have that information, that they don't have electricity. So,
Well,
I'm just want to say how I feel about that, because I do think there's plenty of information that people can make a decision that's best for them.
I would really go far from that assumption, based on the fact that the information is very skewed in the benefit of making money in certain establishments. And I think that's what's motivating the information. I don't think the information is clear, and I don't think it's regulated correctly. And I believe we have an obligation to bring light into that situation. And all I'm asking for is that you would support information, stats that we have acquired through doctors, 20,000 doctors and others, to inform the public that they have options besides being commandeered by a physician. You need to get this. You need to get this.
Well, and that person can listen to that person or not listen. They have the right to make a decision to listen to them or not listen to them.
Sometimes
you know?
they don't, the fact that they're not even allowing the insurance companies to cover people, airline pilots getting heart attacks after taking it, the whole culture. This is very much a part of your community. And to think that it isn't would be very naive. And I wouldn't want that to happen. I'm only asking that you support a community information board or community information, just like you have your health board. And
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
I do think it's a
Thank you,
great
Larry.
idea.
Thank you. I think it was a great idea
just-
when you got into the position.
I have a whole agenda and another meeting to attend.
Okay. Can we have a separate meeting on this?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I'll support that.
Okay.
Mr.
Everybody
Mayor, can I
else
say something
good
real
with
quick?
that? Everybody else good with that? I love all of you. I
Okay,
love these folks up here.
Thank you, Richie.
I am so happy with what's occurring in our city.
Can I just say something really quick? So, information synthesization, like the idea that you can gather information, I'll tell you, one of the most frustrating things for us as board members is the fact that government rolls slow. You want to take this information to the people, grassroots organization is what's going to get it to the people.
Amen.
You guys organizing, synthesizing that information, and putting it out, one person to another, one person to another. If you're leaving it up to us, I'm telling you, there's a process that we have to go through, and that process is not quick. It's been the most frustrating thing for us to get things done, and it's just the rules we have to follow. But understand, you're the most powerful voice in this country. Your vote is the most powerful thing that you do. And when you vote your conscience, when you vote your heart, when you vote your faith, that's the most powerful thing you can do. And organizing together as a community, right? You have our support. We're saying take the ball, run with it. You have all the resources that you need in order to deliver this message. You just got to get the ears to listen. And I think you guys are all well educated enough, because I'm looking out and you're all some smart people. You can do that. It's going to take one person telling another person, that's going to get it done. But I'm just saying, as a board, I think we support you. Okay. But the bureaucracy that we have to work through is not going to get that information out fast enough. It's going to be incumbent on you, Richie, and everybody, Doctor, to put that organization together and push it out. Push your message out, and that's how you're going to save lives.
Amen.
That's the only way it's going to get done efficiently, effectively, and within reason.
Yes, and I've had people listen to us on the programs and just start crying over what this is. It's such an issue of the innocent babies and children that I'd lay my life down for in any second. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Richie,
it gets to me. It does get to me. I'm sorry.
No, I understand. Let's respect, you asked us to respect our speakers. Let's respect the next speakers, buddy. I appreciate it. If we can move to the next topic. Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, Richie. No way. No way.
We've given an hour.
So we have an agreement. We're going to have a meeting.
Yeah.
You know what? Ralph, I think you hit it on the head. This is a grassroots thing. It's not a quote, government thing to do. Do you think, you know what? We'll talk offline. Okay? Thank you, Richie. Appreciate you. Madam Clerk, please say no when I ask the question. Are there any other speakers?
Our next speaker. Your Honor, our next speaker is Tracy Crawford Dominguez, speaking on Public Square supporting local businesses, 180 Grace Chapel Road.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
You want to go save her?
Let me get that microphone for you.
I think I got it. That's good. Yeah. Well, let's see. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, good. All right.
Thank you, Clay.
I have a whole different subject. So here we go. A whole different subject. Good evening. I am Tracy Crawford Dominguez, and I come from a family of local business owners, and I'm passionate about supporting small business and private business locally. My husband and I, Andy, are honored to be the Public Square ambassadors to Missouri. I'm here to bring support and increase dollars to our local businesses. Public Square is an app and a website that connects freedom-loving Americans and the businesses that share their values. Public Square, the app and website, has come to our state, Missouri, and it has come to our local Branson community. Since Public Square is a community-based app, each state has its own square. The Missouri Square has been live for 6 weeks. In just over a month, we have already listed many freedom-loving establishments from all over the state, and the majority of those businesses and services listed are here in our Branson area. We are diverting dollars to support local, liberty-loving businesses rather than those that fund woke agendas. The heartbeat of America is privately owned businesses, and we want to help send profits their way. We are a tool to the community, and we want to uphold traditional American values. Although Public Square is not affiliated with any party, nor do we endorse a specific candidate, we are a freedom movement. Just last Friday, July 1st, Donald Trump Jr. tweeted, begin quote, "As corporations continue to go woke, it is our duty as Americans to make them go broke. Michael Seifert and his team have stepped up and are connecting thousands of patriotic businesses and consumers at Public Square," end quote. He then shared a link to download the Public Square app on his Twitter account. We are referring vetted businesses and giving local businesses the opportunity to add personalized details of their businesses, all for free. Schools, nonprofits, those not infringing mandates are also available to be listed for free on Public Square. There are 3 main features to the app and the website. First is our marketplace. There are over 10,000 freedom-loving businesses listed on Public Square across all the squares in the 50 states. Also, Public Square has the largest compilation of liberty-loving businesses in all of America. The marketplace is where you can go to your local square, access the map, or enter the search bar for your local freedom-loving coffee house, doctor's office, vacation rental, also a show or a plumber. We also have a very large directory of online businesses. Second, there is the square. That is where we gather in community, posting events, articles, a picture, a place where you can start a conversation without fear of censorship. Yes, censorship. How many of you have been put into a popular social media jail for mentioning a certain medication? And the third area is groups. Public Square has a safe, non-censored area for your groups to gather, whether a local gardening group, a Moms for Freedom group, a homeschool group, the City of Branson group. We have a safe place out of view from Big Brother. I'm here to represent Missouri and my local community of Branson. I'm happy to help these local businesses, even those across state lines, to list their businesses and help them as more consumers are educated on spending our dollars in support of patriot-owned businesses. How do we help America? One way is by voting with our dollars and connecting stronger patriot communities. We are simply a tool to encouraging stronger communities rooted in our traditional values. I have my cards and information I've given you, including a list of our Public Square 7 core values available. You can download the Public Square app in your app store. You can also get more
30
information at publicsquare.com. Thank you, and may God bless the city of Branson.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Jody Medeiros, speaking on White House Theater property, 215 Tyler Street.
Hello, Jody.
Well, good evening.
You brought backup down to the front row with
Well,
you.
darn right. I'm your comic relief for a moment here, so I hope you can all hear me. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jody Medeiros, and most of you know me as the creator and producer of the All Hands on Deck show. Valerie and I have lived in Branson for 6 years, and we're active members of Our Lady of the Lake Church, and we employ 16 Taney County residents in our show. Tonight, though, I would just like to take a moment to tell you all a bit of a story. And if you'll just bear with me, I promise there is a point to the story as it relates to the White House Theater property. About a year ago, Valerie and I were at our kitchen table on Tyler Street, and we began discussing what's the next leg of our careers, what's the next part of our journey in the arts. And we asked one specific question: how can we serve Branson with more than just the All Hands on Deck show? And as we put our ideas together, we got more and more excited. It was a special evening. And we got excited especially about our youth program offerings and our veterans programming. And we made a decision that night that we would create, and it was time to create, a new professional theater company that would house all of our ideas. And so we reached out to several local businessmen and women and advisors throughout our show business industry. And together, we created a brand new nonprofit professional theater company we call Theater for America, TFA. I could use your applause if you don't mind. TFA, and it's a unique theater company. It's different. It's different in that our mission is to create diverse, civic-minded theater, visual and educational opportunities that inspire students and teachers and audiences here in Branson and throughout North America to embrace life choices that help promote unity among the American citizenry. In other words, all of the programming and things we're looking to do help promote the American spirit of working together, of community. And our shows and events will house our values, those great values of faith, family, friends, freedom, and the future, and promote love of country. And isn't it time we do that a little bit more? Love thy neighbor as thyself. We decided on a 3-legged stool theater model, and hear me out. The first leg is a main stage performances and veterans community events. The second leg is arts education for all ages. Valerie and I are excited to, hopefully here very soon, launch Broadway in Branson, a national musical theater camp that would serve not only the Ozark youth, but it would also bring in kids and families from around the Midwest so we can teach them all the different facets of the American musical, including stage tech. We're also planning veterans events, lectures, and luncheons. I have to tell you that these years in Branson, I bet I've met thousands of veterans, including some Medal of Honor recipients, and they all say the same thing. They are looking for a one-stop shop for their conventions and their reunions. And the third leg of our theater stool is theater for young audiences and new works. We aim to produce musicals and plays that are specifically geared towards young people, works that are crafted for young minds, young eyes, young hearts. TFA is creating a performing arts incubator here in Branson to foster and construct new Ozark-themed plays and musicals and the like. Shepherd of the Hills, there's a musical version called The Shepherd, and we're looking forward to working on it. And to offer a performing arts space where young artisans and writers and musicians, poets and singers can come and create something. Our 3-legged stool model will also help fulfill 5 areas of the sound diplomacy study. And in doing so, Theater for America's impact includes being an economic driver for our great city. Last August, I have to tell you that we had our first production right here in town. It was called The Wonderful World of Dylan Pratt. I was able to craft a kind of Broadway-style musical review that features all of the wonderful talents of Dylan. Dylan is, of course, a local resident and performer with autism. And I surrounded him with his coworkers from Coffee Creations, as
30
well,
seconds.
Thank you, as well as a talented cast of dancers from Sunshine Dance Academy. And that show was something very different for our community. They learned a lot from me, and I learned a lot from them. I would just ask for one extra minute if you don't mind. Also, last August, we were introduced to the White House Theater property. And for the last 8 months, we have been working towards purchasing that property, because that property has everything we need to achieve and accomplish our mission. And when I read that the city was interested in the property for public safety, and I noticed you were looking for some public input, here I am. I put my thinking cap on, I started thinking. Since Theater for America is all about civic-minded shows and events and classes, I was just wondering, what if we transformed that property into a public safety and arts complex? Hear me out if you would please. The property would not only be for public safety, police, and fire, very important and exciting, but it would also be a hub for the arts. Seems like a perfect fit. The theater is a gem. I don't know if you've been in it. I've been in it multiple times. It's not just a plain, pole barn or metal building or Morton shed that somebody stuffed a bunch of theater equipment in and said, let's put on a show. Mickey Rooney, no. It was designed by an architect to be a theater, from the acoustics all the way down to the parking lot spaces. I was also thinking about our police, our wonderful police, and police all across the nation, and you all know this. They're having a tough time. There are a lot of places they're not supported. They're unsupported. There's a lot of mistrust in the police. Wouldn't it be interesting if Branson became a new kind of model for communities all across our country by showcasing health and safety and the arts all under one roof? A lot of possibilities. And I look forward to talking with Chief Matthews and the team about all the different educational programs that we could work on together. So tonight, I just wanted to present the idea to the board. Would you consider exploring the possibility of transforming the White House Theater into a public safety and arts center for our community? I would love to work on this with all of you. I thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer a few questions if you have them.
Jody, I just wanted to personally thank you. What you do for this community and the veterans and the patriotism means a lot to an awful lot of us. So I take my hat off to you, and I always have.
Thank you.
We absolutely are going to be encouraging public input, because this is a public building. If we end up purchasing it, you're going to be the proud owner of this building, right? Every Branson resident, it's their building.
Yes.
So, of course, we want to get community input. We have some goals as a city that we need to accomplish, and one is the police department, right? They're looking at maybe a combined emergency management center, which makes a lot of sense. So there's a few things that the city is initially focused on, but like you, I'm going to be asking and begging to get community input of what else can we do with this building.
Excellent.
Thank you for coming up and sharing, Jody.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
So I did get wind of this after the whole thing came about. Jody asked me to go get coffee with him and kind of shared. And Jody's a great presenter and an entertainer. But, we had a somewhat heart-to-heart meeting, because I'm a person that's involved in local stuff, Mr. Mayor, and sometimes you have starts and stops, But to be blunt, where Jody was, I mean, if we hadn't bought it, they would have bought it, basically. That's where they were at.
We will close on it, increase the price, and put it back on the market and sell it.
Go for it.
Just trying to be frugal with our tax dollars.
So, the second thing I'll say is this: when the thing first came up to us in executive, the number one thing I had to hear was both the chiefs supportive of it. Because had I not heard that, I wouldn't have wanted to march forward with this. So the only thing I'll say is that I would just keep in mind that Jody's group was prepared to purchase this, which means they have capital, right? I think there's an opportunity. We talk about public-private partnerships. So I think we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit. But I so appreciate Jody coming and presenting this. What I would ask is that perhaps we get a meeting as we continue to go forward with the public input. Perhaps we get a meeting with the chiefs and see if it's even feasible. And if they say, no, we need 50,000 square feet and we need to tear out the theater and all that stuff, then you know what, unfortunately, that has to be our first and foremost. But if there's a way, even if we could take some of the capital that they had, and I mean, an accessory building or whatever the case may be. I mean, there's 11.5 acres. We talked in the study session today about storing Christmas lights, right? What if they were able to help us build some storage, shed on the, so this isn't to me just a citizens group that's coming with nothing. They're coming with capital. They have some real, you want to share a few of your board members with us, Jody?
Yeah, I believe a few of our board directors are here. Keith and Kathy O'Neill are here tonight. And Will and Stephanie McCall were here. Will had a show he had to run too. We have several local members, our board of directors. And our advisory committee is made up also of many local businessmen and several folks in show business, including a few Broadway folks who help me out from time to time.
So it's an incredibly legitimate group, and I think it's something we should at least look at, of course, with our number one being public safety. But let's give this group a serious look as opposed to just kind of saying, that kind of thing.
Well, there's 60,000 plus square foot, and we know there's all kinds of possibilities, and I wouldn't say this is a totally crazy idea down the road.
No, I agree with that.
Thank
and
you.
just in brief, the City of Branson has a contract. We're under contract to purchase the White House Theater. We're in our due diligence period right now, which means we're doing our phase 1 environmental, architecture, doing some preliminary work. And so we're going through, we need to be obviously prudent with the dollars we have. So we're going through the process of deciding, is this something that we do want to do? The intent at the beginning of the reason we even wrote the contract, the current plan for our police department was new construction, and the city owns the land behind Tanger Mall. And it was going to be a 30,000 square foot police department at, who knows, $17-18 million. And Alderman Ralph threw out what he thought was a crazy idea of instead of building new, what about repurposing? Threw out the idea of the White House. We went and looked at it. And the plan today, the projections are we're going to have twice the square footage as the original plan. It's going to cost the city half the amount of money than the original plan, and we'll be able to deliver a police department in half the time that it's currently scheduled. So this board is real excited about moving forward. We're still in due diligence. This is a little premature, but I'm so excited that you and I hope others are coming up with ideas of what you can do with your building, right?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Jody.
so much.
Thanks, Jody.
Yep.
I don't even want to say Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Tiffany Yarnell with a brief introduction from Forsyth, Missouri.
Hello, Tiffany.
Hi. I'm Tiffany Yarnell. I'm one of your judges in Forsyth, Associate Circuit Judge, Division 1. I'm actually on the ballot in August. I just wanted to make a formal introduction. I know there's a couple of you that know me. There's a couple that don't. So, Mr. Mayor, good to see you again. I think I saw you a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
And several other aldermen that I've not had the chance to meet yet. I know a couple of you. So I just want to introduce myself. I'm just looking for re-election. I think that just me doing a formal introduction is relevant to Branson since you guys are located in Taney County. I deal with your police officers and fire pretty frequently. And so I actually was formally endorsed. I'm the only candidate in my race that was formally endorsed by your Branson Police Officers Association as well as your Firefighters Local 152. I have their trust. I had their trust 4 years ago, and I still have their trust now. So I won't spend a lot of time. You guys have had a lot of speakers. I know you have a big meeting, but I have a couple of pamphlets I would like to give you. I have a Facebook page, a website. It has a ton of information about me on there in my experience. I was a prosecutor for 12 years, and now I've been doing this for 5.5. So I'm the criminal court associate judge in Taney County. I've been in criminal court every day of my career for 17 years.
Wow.
I feel like that's kind of relevant. So that's all I'll say. I know you have other speakers. I'm going to give you these pamphlets, and I'll be out of your hair.
Tiffany, thank you so much. To be endorsed by our Branson Police and Branson Fire says a lot. Madam Clerk?
That's all for speakers.
What? Okay. Now, before we start the consent agenda and the agenda, it's time for a potty break.
Yeah.
We'll take a recess. We'll be right back.
Test, test. Can you hear me, Jan?
I can hear you.
You can hear me, okay. Well, can you speak one more time?
Test, test, test.
We're good, thank you.
Okay.
No, they call before anybody. I met them at the show, they were nice, super nice. Yeah, there was like 6 or 7 with them. Yeah. Good backup.
Richie.
Good, how are you? How are you? Literally 7.
Yeah, how are you, Noah? Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, it is. It's definitely longer. How's your campaign going? Right. I ran unopposed. I know what to expect.
I don't expect it to lose. I was a nobody.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, let's start this meeting. Alderman?
It is what it is.
See if you pass, if enough of us pass through.
They're working on it.
Alderman Clay, we'd like to have a meeting. Hey, Tate, how are you? Chris?
Working the crowd there. Hey, you
Okay.
want a Coke or something?
I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We're up to consent already.
That's just funny. I'm sorry. We're up to the.
Madam Clerk?
Are you ready? Move on to the
Consent?
consent agenda?
Yes.
You gotta read your script. Read your script.
Read your script.
Okay, then I'll do this. Next is the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the audience would like to have removed or brought down from the consent for further discussion? Any members of the board? Hearing none, Lisa, you're on.
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the June 23rd, 2022 study session, June 28th, 2022 regular meeting, and July 1st, 2022 special meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Advisory Park Board minutes for the February 15th, 2022 meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Human Resources Committee minutes for the May 18th, 2022 and June 30th, 2022 meetings. Acknowledge receipt of Finance Committee minutes for the May 26, 2022 regular meeting. Final reading of Bill Number 6171, an ordinance approving 2 city employee positions. Final reading of Bill Number 6172, an ordinance amending Section 2-359 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to emergency purchases. Final reading of Bill Number 6173, an ordinance amending Section 94-137 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to permitted temporary signage. Final reading of Bill Number 6174, an ordinance to approve a street vacation for a portion of Danview Road located in the Table Rock Town Site subdivision, Branson, Missouri. Final reading Bill Number 6175, an ordinance approving a final subdivision plat for Stone Valley Estates subdivision, Branson, Missouri. Final reading Bill Number 6176, an ordinance authorizing and approving a zoning change from agriculture to entertainment for the property located at 2200 State Highway 376, Branson, Missouri. Final reading of Bill Number 6177, an ordinance amending the adopted 2022 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in the Capital Projects Fund for the network hardware project. Final reading of Bill Number 6178, an ordinance accepting the proposal of CDW Government LLC for the purchase of network hardware and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Your Honor, that concludes reading of the consent agenda. The floor is open for a motion approving all items on the consent agenda.
Chad? We have a motion and a second. Please vote on the consent agenda.
Your Honor, that motion, oh, I missed a vote, sorry. Did I miss a vote on that?
What?
That Cody Fenton there.
Who was missing?
Well, we're
Cody?
missing Ruth, is that?
No,
That
there's
was
only-
on the
that
vote.
was.
Give me an option.
You don't have an option?
So,
Maybe there's
Yes.
a message there.
so I had a motion, a
Yes.
second, thank you.
Motion passed.
The motion passed 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a discussion of the city administrator recruitment process.
We'll begin a report from Art Davis with Baker Tilly. Hello, Art.
Members of the board, thank you for the invitation to come and meet with you this week. Is this on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the invitation to come meet with you this week. I did meet with 2 aldermen. I think it was about 10 days ago. May have been about 14 days ago, at the end of June, and had some great input. And I, as a result of that, was able to take an original proposed schedule and condense it down and reduce it by a month, nearly a month, so that a full turnkey recruitment process could be completed by the end of September. And originally we had talked about the end of October. However, Jan had put together quite a bit of information for you all already, and in the form of profile development, desired attributes. And my understanding was from the alderman that I talked to at the meeting on a Zoom call, that there was pretty broad consensus by this group that this is essentially what we're looking for in a city administrator. And so I took that information, and before you is, this is a draft. It's not a final version. And I'll go through a little bit of the process, because I know we jumped right into this. And hopefully you've had a chance to look at the proposal that we had submitted. But the hope was that we would be able to accelerate it, putting this together, and present something for you tonight in nearly final form, and talk about the process. And then within the next several days, as you'll see on the schedule that's proposed in front of you, go ahead and begin placing ads if generally everything appears to be accurate from your standpoint as both individual and collective members of the board. And what we did is we took everything that Jan had already put together for you and kind of weaved it into a narrative that is a marketing piece that we would use to promote nationally. But what we found is that we really get the best results when we focus in a region as opposed to national. There's always exceptions to the rule when you're doing a recruitment. For example, somebody's parents or siblings or kids are in the area and they want to, or they grew up in this area, in this region, and they want to get back from the east or the west coast. But what we found is usually your best candidates are within a 4 or 5 or 6 state area of where you're recruiting. And so we would tend to focus on all of the states within this part of the Midwest in our recruitment focus. So the process that we're going to pursue, that we propose pursuing, is once we've agreed on, from a consensus standpoint, that this is a quality representation for what you're looking for as a profile, as well as a description and marketing piece on your community, we would then, there's a host of professional publications and websites that we would post in, and then we also have a list of probably 5,000 city administrators, city managers, assistants, deputies, county administrators, and other local government professionals from around the country. And we would send out marketing letters with the link that would bring them to this marketing piece. And we recommend, and you'll see in the timeline that's being proposed, not just a quick, 25 to 30 day rush to get candidates in. Yes, you're going to get, because of the nature of the job, you're going to get applicants, number one, because the quality reputation of the community, but what you don't want to get is just those people that are constantly looking for work or not currently employed. What we want to do, and we try to do, is we try to find individuals that are happily employed somewhere else and have a track record of continuity where they've stayed 5, 6, 7 years and not hop jobs every couple of years. And so, we want to find those candidates, and sometimes when you have a very limited time frame and somebody's been in a location for, let's say, 5 to 10 years, they haven't updated their materials or they haven't even looked. And it takes time to put all that information together while they're dealing with their normal day jobs, as well as talking to their family. And quite honestly, this is a very difficult recruitment environment right now. We're having a lot of strong candidates that are withdrawing from potentially high-paying positions because either their family doesn't want to move, everybody's kind of more focused on staying close to their kids or their aging parents, or for whatever reason, it's been the available talented labor pool has significantly decreased. And now I think the advantages you've got are that it's a very visible, high quality of life. You're close to a pretty major metro jurisdiction, Springfield, Missouri. You're close to cultural, college institutions, universities, and so with all of that, you've got airport access with Springfield, and you've got your own airport with some commercial airline access. You've got some things that a lot of more remote communities in the center of Nebraska or the center of Wyoming don't have. No matter how much money they're going to pay, you're not going to get very many people that want to move 3 or 4 hours from a major metropolitan area. So that's in your favor. Paying a competitive wage is also, you're going to get a higher number of better qualified candidates. Not that you won't get some good candidates normally, but I think you'll get more of those if you pay a competitive wage. And I think having stability and consensus on the part of the governing body, of the mayor and board, if you tend to be civil in your discourse and interactions, I think that's going to be an attraction for candidates that feel like they want to have a high quality work environment. Then, as you know, sometimes elected governing bodies, it can be a high confrontation or a lot of political discourse.
Amen.
And I don't sense that that's the case here. My sense is that a lot of respect and civility and the ability to listen as a group, which I think is going to be very attractive for candidates. So that would be another strength that we would market as a part of this. So what we would do is reach out, get as many high-quality candidates as possible, and then for those that are the most qualified, and then it may be 10 or 12 or 14, we would then send them a candidate questionnaire and another what we call a due diligence questionnaire, where we ask them, has there been any red flags in your background that you need to make us aware of now, rather than us finding it a little bit down the line when we do our social media and Nexus scrub. of media outlets and find, accusations. And we encourage candidates to volunteer that information up front, because it's going to fare a lot better if you do that and explain what happened in a particular situation. Just because something's in a blog or there's been an accusation doesn't mean it's true. But what we do is try to get them to give us as much information as possible, so that then when you all as a group narrow down the candidates that you want to look at, we do that nexus and social media scan, and we do comprehensive background checks: the civil, the credit, the criminal, the driving record, sexual predator list, all the background checks, and things come up. And if they have, for some reason, we find that there was let's say a DWI that they had 20 years ago. Well, you know what? If it somehow comes up because we found it in a publication or some newspaper or something else in our background checks, and they haven't already cited that as something that, was something that could be potentially embarrassing. To me, 20 years ago, you learn from mistakes, that those things happen with people. However, if they're not showing high integrity in bringing those kinds of examples up, and we find something, well, my recommendation to you would be that's a problem. That's a red flag. And so that it's just a little bit of accountability that we try to instill into the system to make sure that when you're paying somebody with tax dollars to be your chief administrative officer for this organization that's working on your behalf as the governing body, that you know exactly what you're getting, and by the same token, if we want candidates to be eyes wide open. So we will have done as much of providing information and encourage them to do their research, so that when you all narrow down the list of candidates to 3, 4, or 5, however many you decide to bring in for on-site interviews, then you're going to have a comfort level that you know them, and you know some of their background, with all the background checks, the reference checks that we conduct, et cetera. The other things we do a kind of on that top 10, 12, 14 candidates that are the highest qualified group of candidates, we do a couple of things. One, we do a video, what's called a hire view video. It's a link, and it's a software system where they have an opportunity, and I call it that and smile, because most prospective candidates don't like doing this. Our clients love it, but they don't get to see the questions. We show them with this technology, they get to see one question for 30 seconds, and then they get to respond to that one question for up to 3 minutes. And you get to see, with their ability, they've never seen this question before, and we give them 3 or 4 or 5 questions, however many you all want to pose to them. You get to see their ability to respond cogently, with confidence. Is there a leadership presence in their ability to respond to basic questions? They're not trick questions, but they're questions about issues that they should have experience with and knowledge of, being in the local government profession. And it gives you a chance to see, do they have good eye contact? Essentially, is there clarity of thought when they're responding? If they have a camera stuck in their face from the media, or you have, heaven forbid, a crisis, and you've got the national news media coming down, and do you want somebody that's gonna stumble and not be able to to respond coherently, or do you want somebody that's got that confidence and that ability to speak with authority and based on experience? And so that's what you get to see with these video responses. And most of our clients really like it. But I also, as a caveat, you try not to make your decisions just based on the video. It's more of a compilation of all of their background, their experience, their responses on their questions about their management philosophy and how they deal with personnel issues and how they interact and deal with the community and with issues dealing with the governing body that we present questions to them on so that you can see them in action. Another thing we do is we do have a strengths and behavior. It's not really a personality test. It's an assessment survey that will give you an indicator of areas, leadership traits and behaviors that they have strengths in, and areas that they may not be as strong in. For example, if you're looking for somebody that's very strategic, and yet it's the indication from this survey is that they're more of a micro type of manager, it doesn't mean that they can't be strategic and they haven't worked around it. It's just what their tendencies are. So we would want to develop some interview questions that are kind of focused on, okay, if they're, because do you want to hire someone that's going to micromanage your police and fire department, or you want somebody that's going to hold employees accountable and department heads accountable, but at the same time, that's what you hire your department heads to lead and manage their departments. And so it just gives you a better flavor for the kind of leader and manager that you're bringing into this position. And so that, in a nutshell, we help put together interview questions and help organize and work with your staff. And I've been talking with Lisa and Jan, and I assume that's been a good working relationship when we've talked and worked on coordination with you all. So that has worked well, and I would suggest that would continue, and just trying to coordinate dates for when we could get together with you to go over the semifinalist group. This is a fully transparent process for you all. We would show you all the applicants, all the resumes and cover letters, but by state, some states there is a requirement where there's sunshine law where you volunteer everything into the open, even personnel files. The state of Florida is an example, and I got to tell you, that's a very difficult place to conduct recruitments, because very few quality candidates, unless you currently live down there, want to put themselves into opening all of that up when you've currently got a job and are being employed. And so my recommendation in our executive recruitment division, we recommend maintaining confidentiality as long as you have that comfort level, because you're going to get a higher number of qualified candidates if you can maintain that confidentiality if they're currently employed. Now, most high integrity individuals are going to let their mayor know, or let members of their council know if they're currently employed somewhere that they're going through an interview process when it gets to that point. But if we share that information in the open or don't maintain strict confidentiality, then people will just withdraw from the process. And so that's our recommendation. Obviously, that's up to you all how you want to handle that. Your state law in Missouri and Kansas allows you to maintain confidentiality through the end of the process if you choose to do that. And I guess I would open it up for questions. The schedule, I think, is pretty self-explanatory about the processes that we go through. And what I would encourage is that I think Jan is not in this week, so if you all could get back with Lisa, and if there's something that I've written that's not accurate in here or that needs to be tweaked, if you could let Lisa know and she could let me know, and we can just by consensus make tweaks to this, and in the next day and a half, let's say, and then what we do is we take part of this and then place the substantive part that we would put into ads on the MML website, on the Missouri City Management Association website, on the International City Management Association website, those kinds of things. We would take part of this that you all have seen and essentially acknowledge this is our final marketing document. We would then go ahead and place those ads and kick off the recruitment. So, but we would need you to let Lisa know as soon as you get a chance in the next day or so, day and a half, if there's something that we need to tweak or if you have questions on anything in here. So, Mayor, I'm open for any questions or suggestions.
Any members of the board have any questions or comments?
A little bit about myself. I was city manager in Lee Summit, Missouri for about 6 years. Back when Lee Summit was the fastest growing city in the Midwest, from 93 to 99, and we were having about 1,300 single family homes a year going in, and it was wild back then. And so I've had a lot of experience working with elected officials, and I was an assistant city administrator in Lenexa, Kansas, which is on the kind of the southwest side of the Kansas City metro area. I worked for the city of Dallas for several years, but I grew up and was raised in Missouri and went to William Joe College, and so I'm kind of a local Missouri guy, and I do love your town. It's a great community.
The biggest issue I see with the material you presented to us is this picture down here doesn't have Clay and I in it.
It has none of us in it.
Which picture is this?
I don't want to be nitpicky, but if we're going to put this out in public.
Is that the old,
I'm in there.
that isn't the old council, is it? Seriously?
That's me on the end.
We were just grabbing.
I'm messing with
It's
you.
the old board all wearing masks,
Then
but that's
we'll-
okay.
It is. The entire board wearing masks.
We'll get
Ironic.
that changed out. Sorry about that. Our support staff, I'll take the responsibility. We were just grabbing anything we could do because we had a short time period to do it. So
I'm just giving you a
I'm
hard
glad
time.
you got that.
Mr. Mayor,
Glad you caught that.
Good catch.
just very quickly. September 28th is about 6 months past the time that we took office here. Boy, I'm sure about doing our due diligence and hiring the right person. 6 months is a big chunk of the time that the citizens of Branson elected us, that we're not working with, four wheels, so to speak, And I understand it's a process, but that's just sort of that's where my heart's pulling me at this point. 6 months is a long time to be without an administrator.
Can I respond? One thing I have learned, I've worked in the private sector and I've worked in local government for my entire career, is that a recruitment of a position of this significance, you don't want to make a mistake on, and you want to get it right the first time. And if you're in a rush just to fill the position because of public pressure, then we're going to help you accomplish what you want to accomplish, but I've never seen that turn out well. And it's better to have a very thorough, thoughtful process, and you're going to get better candidates when they don't feel pushed and rushed. If candidates feel rushed through a process, they're going to withdraw, and I have it all the time if they feel pressured.
Art,
Yes, sir.
the flip side of that, and I know what Marshall's saying, the city's been through many city administrators. Many. The city has gone through the process of hiring an executive search firm, going through the process, doing the weeding, the background, the blah, blah, blah. And that didn't turn out to be a box of chocolates, right? So analytically, I completely agree with this, with the processes. Well thought out, you do your best, but at the end of the day, you really won't know until you know, right? What do you do in a situation that we have an applicant who applied, I don't know, 2 months ago, 45 days ago, very, very highly qualified. Several on the board really like this person. And a benefit is have had the opportunity to interact with this person for the past year. So it's not just the honeymoon period that you experience when you're interviewing. You've been in a relationship, right, for a while. So I clearly understand this is the most important position other than my police and fire, and my public works, and my accounting office. Parks and Rec, don't forget Cindy.
Janitors.
This is obviously a key position. Have you ever in the past, or is it realistic, where if you were provided this person went through an initial interview process with the board members that are on our HR committee, and vet that person?
Well, what we encourage, we have taken applicants.
Need to be in the mic a little bit, Mark.
We have taken applicants that have been part of a process that there wasn't full confidence that they had a full screening, let's say. And what we do is we work with them and encourage them to go through the exact same process that everybody else would be going through, so that they formally apply, they go through all the same background checks, the same psychological survey checks, and then if they're competing with another stronger group of candidates, if you've only got one now, you're not really seeing how they compare to other qualified candidates, which would be something I would ask a question about. You know, the other thing is it an internal candidate that you're talking about that is with the city, or is it somebody that is from outside the city government? And if they don't have city or local government experience, that is a very difficult thing to walk into local government and be effective working with police and fire chiefs and public works directors and dealing with planning commissions and all of the moving parts that are going on if they've never worked in local government before.
Okay.
And
again, I need to get this meeting on. We're on item number 1? Yeah. So to try to shorten this, assuming the candidate has the qualifications, because you just said, well, what if they don't, right? Well, assuming that they did, and assuming that
we would recruit them we would recruit them to go through the process.
Okay, and at the risk of sounding like FOMO, fear of missing out, at that risk of saying that, this person is now on the short list with a Fortune 500 company. So it's not like, oh, we got to hurry. Part of Marshall's comment is, I wish we would have had this discussion 60 days ago, right? So and obviously this is a board decision. Ruth's not here tonight, but she sent me something that was in line with what I'm thinking. and I don't know what I'm saying. Other than this time frame, again, really wish we would have been back in April having this conversation, or May. If you were provided with a name and whatever line item or dates on here, well, September 7th through the 22nd. Consultant completes reference, background, and academic verification checks on finalist. Some on this board, including myself, feel like we have a pretty unique opportunity here, and we're going to miss out if we have another continued lengthy process.
Okay. If you wanted us to just provide some limited services for you, we can do that. If you feel like you've got the candidate that you want to screen and take through a mini process, our guarantee would not be in place for that, though.
Sure.
And which is the guarantee being if they left within a year, we'll come back and do the services for free. If they, if it's not the right person, then we're going to continue to do it. None of that would be in place. We would just do some limited menu services for you to screen a candidate that you may decide to hire. But we should not be placing any ads or doing any other representation that there is a recruitment going on if that's the intent of going through that process.
Okay, and I'm just thinking out loud, and I need to hear board opinions on this, because this is one person talking. I'm not even sure I get to vote on this one. Maybe we do both simultaneously. Continue this process to see if we can find some good people. And maybe at the same time, through your questionnaires and through your process and all the things that is in your wheelhouse, run this person through and see what you think.
We can do it. It's sending out mixed messages. I don't know that you're going to get strong pool of candidates if, we're in a public meeting now, if the message is, and most candidates do their research and watch the meetings online, if the chance is that you're going to either, the bottom line, you either hire the person or you don't, and people aren't necessarily going to put their name in the hat unless they're serial applicants and they're putting their names in for every process, which isn't really the kind of candidate that I think you guys want.
Go ahead, Mark.
Mr. Mayor, one of the criteria that I didn't hear you say, sir, which is probably, if it's not the top of my list, it's right there. Kind of went through the same kind of thought process when we lost the former CEO of the chamber and kind of we're going to bring somebody else in. Branson's a unique animal, right? Mm-hmm. And we have a unique, not only makeup, but story and history. Mm-hmm. And to me, it is absolutely invaluable to have someone who knows that Branson story. It doesn't have to be told where we've been, the challenges we've faced. When we first made the decision to move on, one thing I said was that leadership is not just about action, it's about temperament. And so I think you're looking at a lot of different areas, but knowing where we've been and having that knowledge in the back of their head, if this person is qualified, boy, really pulls at my idea that I would perhaps lean towards that person. So that's I think one of the areas where I'm coming from. That's a unique asset And then anyway, I'll relinquish my time.
Anything you want to share, Ralph? Cody, yes. Oh, Cody?
Well, I think that, I appreciate you coming down. I think, in my opinion, it's a disservice to this process to not consider a group of candidates for this role. I mean, we have a interim director right now. We're not without. I think we should, because we want to get it right. You know, we don't want to find ourselves in this situation again. And so in my personal opinion, I think we should rely on the expertise of your firm, go through the process, identify whatever number of candidates, we want to, and then with the criteria you have in mind, make a decision. And I don't think it's, my personal opinion, I don't think it's asking too much of this person to go through this same process. That's my thought on it, is we want to get this right. It's a big decision. I just think we need to take our time and let the experts do their job.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm on the same page as Cody.
I had a meeting, I did have a meeting with this person that you're talking about, and character, everything, resume. I mean, in the hour that I spent with this person, definitely qualified, but I also, like you used the word, what do you have to compare it to, I mean, I think if we were in a tight spot and like, man, we got to get somebody right now, this person would probably do a fabulous job. I really believe that. But there may be 2 or 3 others that could do just as fabulous and maybe better. I mean, I don't disagree with your statement that I don't think it would hurt to throw this person in there and get 2 or 3 or 4 more and then go, okay, here's the final 4 and pick a champion. That's my opinion. Go ahead, Ralph.
You're the only one.
Well, here's what I do like about what you presented tonight is that when I was first presented with this timeline, it was significantly longer, and this definitely shortens that process, and which kind of fits the culture of this board is we like speed and execution. We like to kind of get some things done, and but at the same time. In what Marshall said and what the mayor said, and understanding the person we're talking about, the character that, again, what we're looking at culturally, like who's going to be that person that has a vision for Branson. She's been here. She's, it's someone that knows the community and knows the character of our community, which I think is a huge asset because, when you're talking about pulling from other municipalities and bigger metropolitan areas, some of those areas are different than our unique little community. And, we say little community, but we're really a little community with big city-like attributes and from budgets to operations to the level of administrators that we have. I mean, we have a stellar crew, and we're looking for someone that can meet that status also. I do like the idea that the timeline's shortened. I don't know if there's any way to shorten it, make it happen faster. I don't know. But I know it's pretty condensed. I know in the conversation that we had that you definitely condensed it quite a bit, which I absolutely applaud that for sure. So. Yeah. I don't know if that helps.
So I say,
I mean, is this what we're looking at though? I mean, if we throw this person into the, is that the date?
yeah,
Late
it
September?
started out to be the end of October, and then after some discussion, this is a revised schedule, which is now September 28th.
That's a long time. I mean, that.
And the only thing I'll say too, Clay, to what you said, is, comparing them to other applicants, I think is really wise. But I mean, it's not like we're comparing them to nothing. We're comparing them to the last city administrators we've seen in Branson and how they've operated and how it's hamstrung us. And so if we have somebody we know that's going to be polar opposite than that, that's where I would lean.
Well, there's obviously not a clear consensus on the board, and this is a board decision. So I'm going to suggest, unless you hear differently, we continue marching down this road.
Well, I mean, did you read what Ruth wanted to add, or? I mean, would it have any value? Well, what are you guys asking? Let's just forget this and go ahead with this candidate and take a vote, or?
Well, I mean,
is that what I'm hearing, or?
Well, the ironic thing is that a couple weeks ago, I had advocated for the search firm, really not even knowing about this candidate. I think, Larry had expressed concerns that he's had with search firms in the past and how they move forward. So I don't know that it was even universally consensus to move forward on the merits even before knowing that person. So there were multiple candidates interviewed. It's been out there.
So this was not sent to me with the purpose of reading it in public. But she's not here.
My fellow Ward 3 alderman.
But I think it's appropriate. This was from Alderman Denham. She sent this to me on a text. Hi, Mayor, just a thought. It sounds like the 3 city administrator interviews may have fallen into 3 categories. Definitely not, mediocre, and wow, above our expectations. A headhunter is going to bring in many others who will fall into definitely no, mediocre, and great. I don't think we will be fortunate enough to find someone with her experience and amazing communication skills who also knows the pulse of our unique city. A positive road forward is the road we're on, and I believe she would have the ability to strengthen our community ties to move our amazing city forward. My 2 cents, don't waste money looking for a person who can fill the position like she can. It most likely won't happen. Allow her, she's suggesting a probation period. We need the healing to start taking place as we move forward. Many compliments for Lisa, which we all agree. So I know if Ruth was here, that would be her opinion. But there again, I am not getting a consensus of the board, right? I'm getting mixed messages. Nope. If I opened up that can of worms, we wouldn't get to item number 2, which I'm looking forward to. For those listening in, we have a smart aleck sitting in our audience who just want to get him comment about vaccinations.
No jokes, Gina.
So let me just hear do you want to just, I want to do what the board wants to do. Do you want to continue just going through this process? Or something else?
I want to discuss it this evening.
Discuss what?
I don't know if that's appropriate, is it, Lisa?
Discuss what?
Discuss what?
Well, I mean, be specific, Marshall. What does he mean by that?
An executive.
I've been taught from our lawyer, and I just saw him perk up. In executive, we're not supposed to talk about processes. We're supposed to, if we talk about personnel, it's about a person. Is that correct, Jim?
That is correct, Mayor.
Yeah. See, I do pay attention.
Fair enough.
Okay, then let's do this. Why don't we table this and report back to you pronto? You okay with that?
Yep.
Cody?
Yeah, I mean, I think it delays it, but sure. I mean, I think everybody said there's a sense of urgency, so, I mean, I think we just need to make a decision. I mean, when we had this discussion 2 weeks ago, the consensus of the board was, let's move forward with their services.
But 30 days before that, this same board said, during Jan's presentation, we don't want to go through a search firm. We wanted to put it out the way Jan was recommending it.
I don't remember that specifically, but.
It was in a public meeting.
Well, we can still do that and collect a couple more candidates to look at, right, or no? Or are we saying that's kind of fell?
I think he's saying that's what would send the mixed message if
Yeah,
yeah.
that's not going to work,
That's not gonna
according
work.
to Art. And I understand the reasons why.
Yeah.
Could we vote?
Well, we're in a position of moving forward quickly. So, I mean, sometimes you just need to think about something.
Yeah.
And not,
And unfortunately.
if there's not consensus, then take some time to think about it and just, you'll get a feel within a couple of days or within the next week. Maybe you have to have another special meeting to make a decision one way or another.
Yeah,
And-
unfortunately, sunshine laws say that I can't talk to each
Right,
individual
right.
alderman about this one topic.
Right.
But staying within the sunshine law, the aldermen can speak to each other. They just can't speak to four or something.
Right.
So what I'm going to suggest is maybe just give us a day or two, let the aldermen talk amongst themselves, and
We'll just put it on hold.
Yeah.
And, if it ends up being a couple of days, a week, if you end up having more conversations with your candidate and it, for whatever reason, doesn't work out, we're in a position to move forward.
move forward, yeah.
So,
Okay, I'm really looking forward to get item 2.
sorry, Mayor.
It's
It
8:30.
took too long. Well, I appreciate the invitation.
And Art,
and,
I tell you what, myself, and I can speak for the board on this one, the amount of comfort we have with the expertise from Baker Tilly and all the different departments within Baker Tilly couldn't be any higher.
Thank you.
Every single time I talk.
He's super sharp over here. I don't know
Well,
if you've met Ben
that's
before.
other than Ben. No, Ben's been great. So
Thank
we,
you.
so much respect.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Art.
All right. Appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, is there anything else on the agenda?
Your Honor, the next item is a presentation update on the 2022 Branson, Missouri Ozark Mountain Christmas.
Are we good here?
We're good there.
All
Perfect.
right. Good evening. My name is Sue Braun, and I am honored to be the co-chair of the Ozark Mountain Christmas Committee. And you'll be happy to know, Mayor, Mr. Putin doesn't return my calls either.
I need somebody to get through to him.
I don't know. I am co-chair with Tracy Gideon, and he doesn't call her back either. So, okay, well, this is a presentation from the Ozark Mountain Christmas Committee to the City of the Branson Board of Aldermen. It is an update to a presentation that was given to the board originally in October of 2021. At that time, the presentation talked about Ozark Mountain Christmas and how it had been a seasonal event since 1988. It has grown from an idea from some local business people all the way up to an internationally recognized event, becoming one of the top 30 known events recognized by tour planners from as far away as Europe, and ranked it among the top 30 events of North America, right along with events like the Cherry Blossom Festival, Kentucky Derby, Mardi Gras, and the 4th of July celebration. And among these prestigious events, there was name recognition for Ozark Mountain Christmas. Unfortunately, in 2015, with no community input, a new marketing regime at the Branson Chamber of Commerce missed the entire point of Ozark Mountain Christmas. From that point on, Ozark Mountain Christmas went into a significant decline. Can you imagine if the New Orleans marketing agency dropped the name Mardi Gras? The Ozark Mountain Christmas Committee believes that there's a huge opportunity to generate sales and tourism tax and give a shot in the arm to all brands and businesses and workforce by rejuvenating Ozark Mountain Christmas. Not only is it an economic opportunity, but more importantly, the Ozark Mountain Christmas name is perfect for celebrating our culture and values and everything that we do. Faith, flag, family, and fun. A small group of businesses in the fall of 2021 came and made a presentation to the city of Branson and basically said that they wanted to renew Ozark Mountain Christmas with a goal to acquire new visitors to Branson during Ozark Mountain Christmas and to reestablish Ozark Mountain Christmas as the internationally known event it once was. In doing so, the Ozark Mountain Christmas season would drive an ever-increasing number of tourists to our town. Of course, in doing so, they would be helping the city, its businesses, and its citizens prosper. The result of the presentation was that the Branson Board of Aldermen unanimously approved a proclamation by the mayor and also issued a resolution from the aldermen which covered the history of Ozark Mountain Christmas, renewed some of the most important parts of it, and asked for the community to participate with the phrase, whereas the entire Branson community is encouraged to support Ozark Mountain Christmas in every way they can. As a result of the city's proclamation, a more formalized Ozark Mountain Christmas Committee was formed to revitalize Ozark Mountain Christmas. It did so in a variety of different ways. Initially, of course, with publicity saying, hey, we are here and we want the entire community to participate. Because this wasn't a closed group, it was open to anybody, from private citizens to business people, from hotels to retail and restaurants to shows. Everybody was invited to participate. In fact, it was formally announced that its purpose was to enhance the Ozark Christmas season, working with the city of Branson, the Branson Show League, the Branson Area Lodging Association, the Branson Christmas Coalition, the Branson Chamber and CVB, Branson businesses, and citizens of Branson for the common good. That group had meetings. We had a lot of meetings because it was starting from ground zero on developing goals and how to accomplish these goals. It quickly became apparent that there was a need for common definitions so that this disparate group of people could work together. They adopted the definition of what marketing meant and what other terms so that everybody was on the same page. The definition of marketing that was adopted is, it's everything you do to get customers on a regular basis. With these two underlined words, everything and regular, being particularly noteworthy. This is all based on a philosophy as outlined by a famous author named J. Conrad Levinson, who wrote a book on guerrilla marketing. The first thing in the everything was the logo. This is a copy of the original logo that was created 34 plus years ago. The problem was it was not available in any format which allowed it to print much larger than a few inches without losing significant definition. A new version was created copying the old style and format, but updating it into today's computer languages. Now it's possible to take this logo and print it as big as a billboard. In addition, some more appropriate icons were put on the wreath, including some musical instruments, the American flag Christmas ornament, and leaving the Christmas train and other major elements that had come to symbolize appropriately Branson's Ozark Mountain Christmas event. Now, what are we going to do with this new logo? The first thing in marketing, the number one maxim for growing any business is sell more of what you're already selling to who you are already selling it to already. The reason for that is that there is very low additional marketing costs. There's no added product development cost. There's a client base that's already receptive to the product, and so the decision was made to market Ozark Mountain Christmas all year long to our existing Branson visitors. That took place in the form of a marketing campaign called Come Back for Ozark Mountain Christmas. The new dates of the Ozark Mountain Christmas holiday period, November 1st to January 7th, were added to the logo. Decals were created for windows and placed in storefronts all over Branson. Downtown, in particular, really took on this project, but if they also could be seen in grocery stores, in Midtown, etc. Guests coming in and out of flea markets and even convenience stores at the doorfront saw Ozark Mountain Christmas everywhere they went. We have a great deal of thanks to our alderman, Marshall Howden. Thank you, Marshall, who really led the charge in getting those logos put up throughout the city. That's Marshall there, in case everybody can't tell. We also had a campaign to have the logo show up on reader boards around town, and for the slogan, "Welcome to Ozark Mountain Christmas," up on the reader boards. The city jumped in and was able to find the old Ozark Mountain Christmas light display and put it up at the roundabout. There are all kinds of things that are necessary for marketing success. One of them, obviously, in today's world is social media. It's critical. An Ozark Mountain Christmas Facebook page was created so that we could share the beauty of Ozark Mountain Christmas and all that it has to offer, in particular, our amusement parks, our shows, our lights, and the fun things that we have to do during the day, and shopping, such as here at Wonderworks, and our parades, and our beautiful Branson Ferris wheel with its rotating lights. We had stories not only about those, but we had stories about our local artists creating music that went all around the world, as well as our famous Adoration Parade, our fabulous food, and our local college students making gingerbread castles. Readers at the Facebook site could also find out where you could go see Santa, and they found out that Silver Dollar City was again named America's best theme park for the holiday event in 2021. In addition to the social media success required, traditional media is critical for success because marketing is everything you do. Our media partners have jumped on this entire comeback program. Even before the new logo was created, they used the old logo and were talking about Branson with an invitation to come back November to December. And why come back then? For Christmas shows, because it's a Christmas wonderland, and because they can experience the true Christmas spirit. Then when the new logo came out, the Branson Insider was the first to have it and get the news out about, hey, we're a whole new Ozark Mountain Christmas. Come on and have some fun. In addition, travel hosts jumped in and created a section for Ozark Mountain Christmas that runs throughout the year, covering everything that Ozark Mountain Christmas has to offer, from the shows to the shopping. The most important thing about this is Ozark Mountain Christmas coverage is happening in every issue of Travel Host throughout the year, so that our existing customers will find us, and those that don't know about Ozark Mountain Christmas, and believe me, there are many, will discover that Branson has one of the most fabulous Christmas events in the country. Here's the Joplin Globe with an Ozark Mountain Christmas display and consistently using the new logo and talking about the family tradition of Ozark Mountain Christmas. Along with these samples of ads, we've had PR and advertising support from Branson Tri-Lakes News, Bot Radio, the Branson Globe, Ozark's Dynacom, which is the rebranded multimedia and local radio stations, the Vacation Channel, Color 10 Springfield, the Springfield CVB, Northwest Arkansas newspapers, the Best of Branson, and the new kiosk program with FM advertising in local hotels and a variety of other media partners. We even developed a special profile sheet that our group salespeople throughout the community have distributed at tour and travel conventions. So this is our groups piece here. And we emailed it out to potential group customers for Ozark Mountain Christmas. In addition to the media being important for the success of the marketing campaign, community support is needed as well. The Branson Christmas Coalition was actively involved in the Ozark Mountain Christmas Committee meetings, and the whole concept or problem or challenge of how to light up the town was discussed. One exciting event has come out of this with Ozark's Dynacom stepping up to sponsor a commercial lighting contest. Details on that will come later. How to light up the town is best suited for a separate presentation, and we're confident that the Branson Christmas Coalition is going to do a fabulous job of decorating the city. In fact, their newest announcement of the 2022 Community Christmas Tree uses a theme that was simultaneously developed from both the Ozark Mountain Christmas Committee and the Branson Christmas Coalition. The stars are shining brightly. Now, all of this has been done through what has been a volunteer basis, a grassroots event, like Ralph says, and has obviously been a tremendous success in terms of marketing Ozark Mountain Christmas, mostly to our existing customers, who will then become, hopefully, repeat customers this coming Ozark Mountain Christmas season. Why, here in July, many of our local businesses are running specials, Christmas in July, and promotions, and social media postings and ads focusing on reminding everyone to come back for Ozark Mountain Christmas. So there's a lot of excitement and belief that we can make Ozark Mountain Christmas this year grow. With that said, our committee believes that more is needed to make this happen. So my part of the Ozark Mountain Christmas update is complete, and I'm going to let Cindy Mary finish off with our Ozark Mountain Christmas Committee suggestions on how to grow the season even more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Sue. Okay, so with all of this that the volunteer grassroots committee is doing, we recognize to make this even more effective that we need to go outside the city limits and invite new visitors to experience the stars of Branson during Ozark Mountain Christmas. The Ozark Mountain Christmas Committee has come up with several key marketing opportunities that will accomplish getting the message outside of the Branson area to potential visitors, and these will, of course, cost money. In order to make these marketing tactics happen, we have a wonderful opportunity because of the excess tourism marketing dollars that have not been budgeted at this time. And the timing is perfect as the creative for Christmas is going to be discussed by the Marketing Oversight Committee of the Tourism Community Enhancement District this week. In addition, research shows that online searches and bookings for Christmas vacation and Christmas travel spike at the end of July and throughout August. And in fact, research shows that for retail outlets, getting out in front of the shoppers early is vital, at least by September, if not earlier. So it is essential to start advertising out of market for Ozark Mountain Christmas visitors now. So our committee is requesting that the City Council direct the following. Support a marketing campaign designed specifically to invite visitors to Branson to experience an Ozark Mountain Christmas. To accomplish getting this done, We're asking the City Council to direct that $750,000 of those unbudgeted excess funds be used to promote and market Ozark Mountain Christmas. Specifically, require that the season name for this campaign be put into the advertising, including any video, TV ads, print ads, online, digital, and all media. In the advertising, to denote that Ozark Mountain Christmas happens annually in Branson, November 1st through January 7th. We have a list of tactics we would like for the city to consider for these marketing dollars that we will provide to you and the city administrator to share with the Marketing Oversight Committee. In addition, we are asking that the City Council allow a portion of those funds to be used within 30 miles of Branson. And those tactics would explain that for things like billboards that say come back for Ozark Mountain Christmas as people were leaving town. To ask that, the second thing is to ask that the marketing campaign be outlined now and to start advertising Ozark Mountain Christmas now. Thirdly, in the creative of the campaign, in particular in video, TV, radio, etc., to include our Branson Christmas shows and to utilize music, in particular Christmas music. In the past, we've used It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year. It's been very successful, and music is vital to our brand. Fourth, the other request, let's see, gotta make sure I got it up there. Is that there? The other request we are asking is that city use a portion of the excess tax on the infrastructure tourism side to purchase Christmas assets for the city to help light up certain locations inside Branson. Our committee videoed Branson last year during Ozark Mountain Christmas, and that video shows areas of the theater and entertainment district that are pretty dark. These funds can help make Ozark Mountain Christmas shine even brighter. While we've partnered to create a commercial lighting contest to get businesses to light up, and the Branson Christmas Coalition is working with different businesses to get them to light up, many of these dark areas are empty lots and empty buildings. As a reminder, the City Council passed resolution number 2021-R022 last year during October. The first three parts of that resolution said, and I'm paraphrasing here, 1, Ozark Mountain Christmas begins November 1st and goes through January 7th. Our committee has gained commitments from lodging, shows, restaurants, and attractions to stay open through January 7th. In fact, we're saying in Branson, it takes more than one night to celebrate the new year. It takes a whole week. Secondly, Ozark Mountain Christmas, the City Council said, is our official name. And as you can see, we're using it in everything we're doing to promote that season. Thirdly, the City Council's resolution said the Branson community is encouraged to support Ozark Mountain Christmas. And as you can see, all of these businesses have come out to participate in the Ozark Mountain Christmas Committee, and we're following and supporting your lead. Finally, the final part of the resolution was this, and these are the exact words, that entities utilizing city tourism tax dollars for marketing will continue to use the name and promote Ozark Mountain Christmas wherever and whenever possible. So we are simply asking that the City Council make sure that those tasked with using these excess funds for marketing logically follow what the community and the City Council support. Number one, marketing our season called Ozark Mountain Christmas that runs from November 1st through January 7th with a designated budget of $750,000 for that campaign. Number two, that they market to acquire new customers to Branson for Ozark Mountain Christmas season. And number three, that the Ozark Mountain Christmas marketing plan is put in place now, and the marketing starts now and continues year-round. Thank you. Any questions?
Any aldermen have any questions for Cindy?
I would just say one thing quickly. You know, when we're talking about, Chuck's laughing at me because he says I always talk. It's okay. When we're talking about the commitments that we've gotten to stay open till January 7th, that is a direct correlation of providing revenue to the city. So if we even begin to discuss, you know, using city dollars to support something like this, I think that right there, I mean, quite frankly, you go back 20, 30 years about what Ozark Mountain Christmas originally was for, and the fact that we kept Branson open in these months in the first place, right? So that entire period could have been dark had it not been for 1989, and they went, you know. So I want us to make sure we look at the benefit of this as we go forward.
I appreciate that, Marshall, and I'd like to comment that the tourism marketing funds are designated to have to be used for marketing. And these excess funds that I'm talking about are funds that have not been budgeted yet, because what happens is the prior year you set a budget, taxes come in, there's excess funds, they don't get released until an audit's done. And right now, here in July, when Ozark Mountain Christmas ought to be being marketed right now, this is the time that the city council can say, hey, these funds that we're going to hand over, we want them used this way. And it's not taking away from any other budgeted item, because these are excess funds that haven't been budgeted. So that's done with me, Mayor.
I was done with you about 20 minutes ago.
I love everything about what was presented here, and of course I support Ozark Mountain Christmas. Where did we come up with that number, the 750,000? I mean, how did we get to that exact?
There's approximately someplace between $1.2 and $1.5 million in excess funds that are out there. The committee, a group of them, got together, came up with different tactics that they felt would drive business. A large part of that was, obviously we would have liked to have done this earlier, but we wanted to insert TV ads for Ozark Mountain Christmas during Christmas in July, movies on the Hallmark Channel, and which would make sense. We wanted to get in front of the digital searches online for Christmas vacation, Christmas travel. There's very interesting research on that. And so that was a bulk of that, and we put dollar figures to that. We went out and got billboards that as you leave town, we can switch vinyls by the season, but have come back for Ozark Mountain Christmas, and then during Christmas come back for, you know, Springtastic Showtime or whatever you want to call it. And so we have those figures and the tactics, and it's, you know, typically, Clay, as you know, when you're trying to put a marketing campaign together, you try to set goals of what you're trying to accomplish, and then you go backwards, what will achieve those goals, and what will those cost, and then that's how you kind of build your budget. So that's where we came up with that.
Okay. So Cindy, did the marketing oversight, the MOC, did they give any input or direction on what you're presenting?
No.
Can I ask why?
So we've invited the Branson Chamber and CVB to come to the Ozark Mountain Christmas Committee meetings. We haven't had any official representation. And on the TCED board, I did ask that the MOC be reminded about the value of Ozark Mountain Christmas and using it. And when the chair inquired of the chief marketing officer if the Branson Chamber was going to be using Ozark Mountain Christmas, they at that time said they didn't have any intention to use it. So then later at the Marketing Oversight Committee meeting, Christmas was brought up, but it was never really discussed. What they said was they were going to discuss creative this Thursday. at the MOC meeting.
In our contract, this contract between the city and the CVB for marketing, it says in there that we'll get direction provided from the Marketing Oversight Committee.
I think there's been a disconnect in understanding that. I've been found that many of the members of the Marketing Oversight Committee do not know that that's what they are supposed to do. And at the last Marketing Oversight Committee, the CEO of the chamber referenced that clause to say that you're supposed to represent the city. They said that to the Marketing Oversight Committee, but it didn't clarify what that meant. So I did send a copy of the contract to the chair of the MOC so that they could see what their involvement actually is. So, you know, for me, the big picture is Ozark Mountain Christmas is important to the community, to all of our businesses. It's a seasonal name that's an umbrella for bringing people here November 1st through January 7th. There's not been clarity or direction from the city to the Marketing Oversight Committee or to the chamber, really, about the fact that you can direct them to do what we want done. And if there's $1.2 or $1.5 million sitting out there that we can put to use to fill available inventory during Ozark Mountain Christmas, it simply increases the revenues across the board of the businesses and in the city. And so strategically, that's our best opportunity right now to use that money to increase the city's revenues.
Okay. You know where my heart is with Ozark Mountain Christmas.
Yes.
Right? I think it's a critical, important part of our calendar year. Our tax revenues show that. I guess a couple quick comments. $750,000, give or take, is about 25% of our annual marketing budget. Do you think it's prudent to take 25% of our annual budget and apply it strictly to Ozark Mountain Christmas?
Yeah, I do, because a couple of things. All your other budget hasn't been strategically applied to anything. It's just...
Check 1, 2, check.
Well, how many of you have actually seen your marketing plan in detail and seen what it actually does? And it's nice imaging, it's nice whatever, but it's not strategic in design to go after. You have Ozark Mountain Christmas, you have a ton of available inventory in your theater seats, your days of the week. You have all of that. And Christmas travel, people are searching to travel for Christmas in July and August. So that tells you that there's a demand out there. And the research I looked at showed that last year there was a 21% spike in August over 2020 and 2019 in searching for Christmas travel. So we've got the assets, we've got the inventory, and there's a demand. So putting the money behind it, I mean, it's not just television, it's digital. And the thing about selling a season like that, it then opens you up to sell other seasons. Right now, I have empirical stories where people are getting calls to book their groups for Christmas, right? And the group salespeople are saying, and have you been to Branson in the spring? Because we have this stuff going on too. Have you thought about bringing? So, and that's another factor. That $750,000 doesn't just raise individual travel. It really helps raise the group travel, because when you're out there advertising, you're talking to a bunch of different people with a shared interest, and those people are going to get here how they like to travel. And there are a lot of people that like to travel at Christmas in groups or when family reunions, and this will be talking to them too. So yeah, I think $750,000 in the big scheme of things can achieve. I mean, when you start looking at how you can move the dime with a strategic campaign, with everybody using all of their resources together instead of, one group's over here doing this and one group's over here. But if we're all sending the same message that, hey, come to Branson, the stars are shining here, on stage, outside, we've got faith, flag, family, fun, and our stars are also our customers. So, I mean, I just feel like if we really seriously put our minds to it, that we can turn Ozark Mountain Christmas into not only a great thing for our community, spiritually and everything else, but also economically. So,
Well, I happen to agree with most of what you said, and I think there's others up here that would agree. However, this board, we need to be very fiscally responsible on how we spend our tax dollars, right? So in saying that, I'm hearing what you're saying coming from a volunteer organization, Ozark Mountain Christmas, but without having a plan of here's out of this money, here's how it's going to be spent, and I hate to say this, but without having input from the Marketing Oversight Committee.
entirely agree. That's what I'm saying, is that we're asking you to tell the Marketing Oversight Committee, we'd like to see what $750,000 being spent in a marketing plan would look like. And if they've got all their experts that do all the research and stuff, they can pretty quickly put something like that together. And we've got stuff to hand them also.
Based on our contract, would you agree that the city doesn't go to MOC and say this is what we want? The city has a contract with the CVB, and the CVB has agreed to include the Marketing Oversight Committee.
No, I wouldn't. From my read of the contract, I wouldn't say that. Clearly,
TCD didn't sign our contract.
well, the TC, I know, but see, hey, I wasn't the lawyer that wrote the contract.
We don't need to go there.
Yeah, I pointed out that having the Marketing
Yeah,
Oversight
we're going to be
Committee-
negotiating that here pretty soon.
Right.
So let's do this.
Okay.
I think there's value, a lot of value with what you presented. Any members of the board feel that we should take this concept to the MOC, however we get it there, and ask them to, would you prefer to propose a spend, a budget, or ask MOC to propose a spend and a budget?
Two things. First and foremost, what I really love is to make sure that Ozark Mountain Christmas is included in the marketing for Christmas. Right now, the intention is not to have Ozark Mountain Christmas in it. So that's first. Secondly, I can put together a budget with a suggested spend, and it's not going to be any better than what they put together.
I know, but this board,
right.
I think it's prudent for us to have the input and direction and guidance from the MOC.
Yes, I agree. But if you want, I can put together what the committee had as what we saw that money.
So that'll shorten that process.
And give it to Lisa, because she's your contract
That's
administrator. Right. And, I would suggest that you guys go to the meeting on Thursday.
Do they have public comment section?
Yeah, but I think you should. I think you should get on the. If they're going to talk Christmas, okay, you can't talk.
Let me cut you off, because now I'm really anxious to get to item number 3 on our agenda.
Okay, but I'm just saying, get on the agenda on it. The city should
Any
be able to talk.
input from the board on this?
I'm all behind Ozark Mountain Christmas, and she's not wrong. Now's the time. I mean, They're not waiting until October 20th to say, what are we going to do in the next week? I mean,
Right.
I absolutely behind Ozark Mountain Christmas. I think it should be plastered everywhere.
Marshall?
Mr. Mayor, the co-chair of our committee, and I say our because I've been intimately involved with these guys just because I care about, Ozark Mountain Christmas and our Christmas community, is Tracy Gideon. She's marketing director over at Shepherd of the Hills.
Group sales.
Group sale, okay. I'm curious to know what percentage of marketing does Silver Dollar City and Shepherd of the Hills spend going towards Christmas? I bet it's not far off from 25%.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, just in the terms of creating the product and then marketing the product. So, yeah, I mean, Ozark Mountain Christmas is, I think what Larry's looking at is, you guys aren't the marketing arm. We have the marketing oversight committee, and all I'm suggesting is to speed up the process. Maybe we can give, here's these ideas. If it's not $750,000, if they come back and say, well, we think that's overkill and we think it should be $600,000, that's fine. At least we're moving towards accomplishing our goals.
Okay. I'm sensing the board is in favor. I know I'm strongly in favor of that. So we'll go to the MOC and see what they say.
Okay.
Can I ask one more question on this? The funds that she's referring to, if they're not spent by a certain date, what happens to those funds? Do they roll over, sit there? Do they have?
They would roll over again.
Yeah.
But I would be heartbroken if we don't spend the marketing dollars that we have in this fiscal year. But I mean, obviously, I'm not saying we want to waste the money, but we need to. We've had some meetings with the CVB, and I'm sure after this discussion, Lisa's made a note to say we need to have another meeting.
Mayor, one thing that I want to note is we put in there marketing year-round. We don't think we should wait until, oh my gosh, here comes Ozark Mountain Christmas, we need to do a campaign. It should be a year-round, ongoing campaign. So take that into account and that $750,000 ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris?
Chris Meyer, I know you've been here a long time, and they said really a lot that needs to be said, but I'm going to tell you, these folks have done a lot of work. For a volunteer committee, this is Branson at its finest working together, and so I really appreciate that, number one. The other thing is that we noticed this January 7th date, right? That's a new date. And if you think about it, after January 1st, like, the town closes. Mm-hmm. So to extend it a week, this is not an easy task. This is a huge undertask because those people that stay open, they're the guinea pigs in some essence. And so I think that's, if nothing else, you may need a little money just to start telling people to think longer. Because let's say January 7th, the next couple of years, then let's go to January 14th. And I mean, because Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg have done this already, and so it can be done. But this is not an easy task to say stay open, but then to tell people that, hey, it's after January 1st, we're still open. And what people do not realize is that a lot of people are still traveling after January 1st. They just don't realize it in Branson, Missouri. And, a lot of kids haven't gone back to school. The college students haven't gone back to school. I mean, we've gotten college groups coming down to the convention center meeting the last couple of years. So I think there's a huge opportunity. The other thing I will say is that November is typically your number 1 or number 2 month for shows. And so it's critically important that people come. It's critically important for our show industry. And we have to keep that strong because that's what makes us truly unique and different. Okay? People can go to other cities and they can see lights. They can go to other cities and see Christmas trees. But they can't go to a lot of other cities and see all the live Christmas entertainment that we have in Branson. And that's what makes us truly unique and different, in my opinion. Other people might disagree. But so we got to keep those folks healthy and strong in this process. And so I just thank you guys for listening. This is really important, and thanks for letting me talk for a few minutes.
Thank you, Chris.
Can I just say that he's right. I mean, that November, for me, as a theater owner, that the month of November is just that the revenue for just November exceeds my entire spring, 3 months. I mean, it really does. And you're right, it's a mindset change because we do our New Year's Eve show, boom, we're done, you know. So it's almost hesitant to want to stay open because it's the unknown. And like, will there be people here? Do I want to keep 87 employees on another week into a week that I've never been open? It's kind of scary. So you're right. If you're going to take that leap, it'd be nice to have a little insurance that people's marketing it.
And you'll have to do it together. If they come here and only a couple things are open, they're not going to come again.
That's right.
Yeah. Again, Sue, Cindy, appreciate this. We will, we're going to more than just run this up the flagpole. We'll march with it. Thank you. Well, that concludes our agenda for this evening. Take a break. Potty break time? Are you kidding me? We're on item 3 and we've had 2 potty breaks. We'll come back.
Alderman?
Calling all
Can I
Aldermen.
eat another cracker? I feel like a peasant.
I call this marathon back to order. We're up to item 3. The good news is, I believe we have several on the list that are going to go just chop, 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 chop.
Yeah.
Let's get to those.
Shut your mouth.
What are we doing?
Oh, is this the beginning of those, Lisa? Is this the beginning of the
Yes,
grants? Okay.
of the resolutions. Yeah.
Okay.
You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready, yep.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Center State ARPA grant programs for a sub-award of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to the Dewey Bald Water System Improvements Program. The floor is open for a motion adopting the resolution. Oh, wait, sorry, don't do that. Don't.
You can, that'd be fine with me.
What happened? Look, waiting for a motion and a second.
Oh, crap. You gotta use these things?
Have your batteries gone down?
14%. Oh, here we go.
Sorry. That was like user error.
We have a second,
I don't have an option.
2 seconds.
It says I'm in, but weird.
It gets spooky after 9 o'clock.
We have 3 seconds
Okay,
and a third. So we have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Aaron. Oh, Aaron?
Good evening, Mayor and Aldermen. The city has an opportunity to apply for ARPA funds for various water and sewer projects. This resolution authorizes the filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources.
Excuse me, Aaron.
Yeah.
Would you speak more closely on the mic,
Yep,
please?
sorry
Thank
about
you.
that. Yep.
Thank you.
This resolution authorizes the filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Center State ARPA grant programs. This staff report will be for the current item, application for the Dewey Bald Water System Improvement Project, and for the next 6 resolutions on the agenda, all outlining the varying projects being applied for. The details are as follows. So the first one is the Dewey Bald Water System Project. Consists of constructing a 750,000-gallon composite-type water tower, booster pump station, 4,856 linear feet of 16-inch diameter, and 2,032 linear feet of 12-inch diameter water line to extend city services to annexed property, which currently cannot be adequately served. The second resolution that you'll have for the Utilities Department is for neighborhood water line replacement. It's for design and construct neighborhood water lines. Phase 1, this project will replace existing water mains which have reached their end-of-life cycle and to upsize the mains to provide improved fire protection for the subdivision. This project includes replacement of water services from the main to the meter, adequate valving, and fire hydrants. The next resolution will be for lift stations 10 and 34. Lift Station 10 is a rehab of existing pumps and elevate new controls to prevent damage from future flooding of the lift station. Lift Station 34 is to rehab the existing pump and pump controls to expand capacity of the existing station. The next resolution will be our cured in place pipe CIPP of sewer mains and manholes. That is the slip line 60,000 feet of existing clay tile gravity sewer mains with the CIPP pipe. This process allows the existing mains to be left in place as a host pipe. The linear will allow for the continuous run between existing manholes, greatly reducing groundwater infiltration and root intrusion. Existing customer service connections will also be sealed at the main. This process creates a more reliable collection system and greatly reduces the risk of sewer backups and spills. The next one is Lift Station 46, install pumps and controls, installation of submersible pumps in an existing wet well, installation of valve vault, piping, components, pump controls, and backup emergency generator. Next is lift station 17, which is a force main replacement, replacing 4,000 feet of 12-inch force main with 16-inch force main to relocate the force main in a maintainable location. The existing force main has been prone to breakage, causing concerns with the Department of Natural Resource. And lastly is lead service line inventory. This project is to identify potential lead sources within existing water service connections within the city water system.
Thank you, Aaron. So, Lisa, for the board's understanding, we have 7 items that we're asking for a resolution, and the resolution that the board will be voting on is to authorize moving forward, applying for the grants to take care of these projects. Correct?
For the, yeah,
So
and
we're
it's
not-
just, they're not awarded, but just to
To
put the
apply.
application to
So-
apply.
So
yeah.
we're approving them to apply for these
Yes.
grants, and it doesn't, at this moment, it doesn't include any city dollars. We're going after ARPA money.
Well, there would be a 20% match.
20%, yeah.
If
But that-
awarded, and
If
that would
awarded.
be.
If we get one or all.
Yeah, if they're awarded, and, so, and just to explain, the title and the format is provided to us, so this is required by, for the
Sure.
application, so that's why you're seeing, it looks very formal, and that's what we're required to do. And so, we are, I think we have 15 tonight, and Utilities has 7, and then Keith has the rest, and so that'll be the second half, and he'll give his report, but, and they're due this week. I mean, we'll be finishing off the application tomorrow because we need these, so.
Yeah, so, but we're having to vote on each one separately.
Separate, because we have to, we tried to do them together, but they're required to be separate.
Do these need second reads?
No, they're resolutions, so they're one reads.
Resolutions.
Yeah, so we
Thank you.
just need a resolution and a vote on by the board tonight.
Let's start voting. Who's in favor of item 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21?
Mayor, I called the question.
So,
Oh.
That's the humor for the night.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any input from the audience? Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
Did Marshall make a joke?
Sound like he was serious.
that motion carried 5-0.
So for item 16, we've already had the reading. Can we just go to vote, Lisa?
No, I need to get it on the floor. I'm sorry, it's. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing filing an application with Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Center State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to the Neighborhood Water Line Replacement Project. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
Motions and seconds. We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing filing of an application with Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Center State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to lift station number 10 and number 34 project. Floor is open for a motion adopting that resolution.
Anybody, we have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience want clarity on that publication? Any questions from the audience? Questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Centers, State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to the cured-in-place pipe lining of sewer mains and manhole rehabilitation project. Floor is open for a motion to approve the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing filing of an application with Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Centers, State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Act pertaining to lift station number 46, install pumps and controls project. The floor is open for a motion adopting the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments from the audience? Questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing filing of an application with Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Centers, State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to lift station number 17, Force Main Replacement Project. The floor is open for a motion adopting the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Questions from the board? Cody, did you have a question? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing filing of application with Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Center, State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance program to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to lead service line inventory project. The floor is open for a motion adopting the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing
Thank you, Aaron.
filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Center, State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to River Valley Estates project. The floor is open for a motion adopting the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Very short staff report from Keith.
Mine's long.
Keith, how?
We got to vote. We're still voting. It's the last resolution.
Oh,
What?
any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? I got ahead of myself.
It's labeled wrong.
Hearing no questions, let's vote.
Wrong.
He's a staff report. These,
I thought we were still on Aaron's last one. Are we not on Aaron's?
No, that's 21.
No, that was 20.
Oh, it
We're on
was.
number 22.
Oh, sorry. There were so many.
We're just getting started.
Okay, Keith.
Okay. All right, Mayor, members of the board, one more time for the ARPA funds. The city has the opportunity to apply for ARPA funds for varying stormwater improvement projects. This resolution authorizes the filing of the application with Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance. Financial Assistance Center State ARPA funds grant programs. Staff report will be for the current item application for River Valley Estates project and for the next 7 resolutions on the agenda outlining the various stormwater projects. Can't see it. I might get some stronger
So
glasses.
Keith, you have 8 projects you're going to be presenting,
Yes,
correct?
sir, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of them, the first one is River Valley Estates, which is otherwise known as Taney-Como Acres area. That will be for stormwater throughout the subdivision, regrading of some of the ditches, existing roadways, replacing and enlarging driveway culverts, and replacing construction drainage chutes with area inlets and culverts. Celtic Bridge is a replacement of a 20-foot bridge located on Celtic Drive. Removal of a bridge and replaced with a 39-foot bridge due to cracks and deterioration of the abutments and piers and decking. Caudell Way low water crossing. This is basically it's exactly what it is, just low water crossing. That's one of the other ways into the Taney-Como Acres subdivision, to remove that and replace it with the box culvert. Fall Creek RV Estates, excuse me, constructing over 5,000 linear feet of concrete curb and gutter and installation of curb inlets, storm sewer piping, and construction of properly graded driveway approaches. Improvements will better control the flow of runoff for the development and restrict most of the stormwater conveyance to the city right-of-way. It will also eliminate surface conduits, immediately downstream, eliminating the potential of erosion during high-flow events. Iserman Street and Lakewood Estates subdivision, upgrade the storm sewer system on Iserman Street with additional curb inlets and large piping. This will also include new curb and gutter, resurfacing of Iserman Street. The area south of Iserman will be graded to improve drainage and provide additional storage capacity in large storm events. Cliff Drive, this will be replacing an existing metal culvert with a concrete box culvert and armoring, reinforcing the downstream drainage way to prevent future erosion. The proposed box culvert measures 70 feet in length and 4 feet high but 6 feet wide. In addition, the downstream channel will be lined with riprap in a distance of 100 feet to prevent further erosion. Brook Court, this is out off of the Bird Road area. But it's actually in city limits, this portion of it is. Improvements to both of the road culvert and the downstream channel, which is approximately 17.2 acres drain through this area, consisting of runoff from a mobile home park and an area of scrub trees and rock outcroppings. There's currently no detention facilities on this upstream development. The culvert is not large enough to handle this in most storm events. Construction of a 400-foot-long riprap line channel incorporating big block retaining wall. This will require a channel to be replaced with drainage easement and an existing privacy fence for removed or relocated. Additionally, the existing sanitary sewer runs through this drainage channel and will have to be considered for future and further planning and design. Hiawatha Heights subdivision. This will be replacement and repair of storm lenses, storm sewer piping, concrete curb and gutter, to better control the flow and runoff through the subdivision during high water events. This project will also include pavement repairs for the areas impacted in this subdivision. Staff recommends approval, but glad to answer any questions. You got questions, Cody?
Keith, do you have matches? You might want to know that on that one. He might know. What's your matches on those?
25%.
25.
City is 25%?
Yes.
And
we were allowed to put in.
And the grant 75?
If we were allowed to put in, if I remember right, $5 million worth of projects. So take $5 million at 25% is our total cost for all these. I've got that number here somewhere.
So that's give or take $1.25 million or so.
Total project costs almost $5 million for the grant amount, and then about $1.2 million of in-kind match money. So the total project costs about $6.1 million.
Okay, and Lisa, the 1.2 million that we're matching, is that in our existing budget?
So that's, I mean, that will be for utilities too, will have their same question.
Yes.
So in the likelihood that we get this awarded, there'll be a budget amendment to come back and allocate those funds up into the line items to be able to spend the match money. And it'll come out of reserves is essentially what it'll come out of. Once we've got that award, making that statement, once we know what that award is, we'll be able to bring exactly what it is we need back up into the budget itself.
But you don't know until we see what the
Exactly.
awards are.
Right. So if they ask for, where's your match? It's sitting in reserves.
Yeah.
It's not a budgeted, and
Got it.
that's the benefit of applying for this. These aren't budgeted projects. So these are things that you need that you can't afford otherwise without the state money.
Yeah, we actually, listening to some of these items, we really need these things, yeah. So Lisa and Ben and Keith and Aaron, I take my hat off to bring in this many grants to try to get this amount of matching funds to take care of a lot of our needed infrastructure. I know there's a lot of work that goes into that, and I just want to take my hat off to you. Thank you, Lisa.
Well, and thanks staff, and they have a lot of work tomorrow because to get them, to get them into the system and applications in on time will all take tomorrow. They need these resolutions, so
Yeah.
it's a lot of staff time tomorrow. So thanks to staff, it's really who's doing it.
Well, if they get approved, we haven't voted yet.
Well, okay, so utilities, thank you, because Stephanie's already back there working on it, and we'll see if Cheryl gets hers, because then.
Okay.
Cheryl will be here all night tonight and part of tomorrow, so.
Lisa, will you walk us through the voting, please?
Before we proceed, I just want to clarify one thing for you. By voting, you're not obligating the city to spend the match at this point. Once the grant is awarded, we can evaluate. Now, the hope and the prayer would be that we can find that money in the budget, but don't worry that you've obligated to spend all that money tonight. Once we know the amount of the grants, the city then will have to take a separate vote to accept it.
Yeah.
That's the point at which we have to have the match. So we're clean on that till
Yeah,
then.
this is just giving them a green light to file the paperwork.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, Lisa.
I gotta have votes open, so if people, you'll please vote. Thank you.
Oh,
It was a long read.
The motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Center State ARPA grant programs for a sub-award of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan pertaining to the Celtic Bridge project. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
we have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Center's State ARPA grant programs for a sub-award of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to the Codwell Way Low Water Crossing Project. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Center State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to the Fall Creek RV Estates project. Floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Centers State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to the Iserman Street Lakewood Estates subdivision project. Floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Questions from the board? Let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing filing of an application with Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Centers State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to the Cliff Drive project. Floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Michael, any questions? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. Yeah, I know.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Centers State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to the Brook Court project. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources Financial Assistance Centers State ARPA grant programs for a subaward of federal financial assistance provided to the state of Missouri by the U.S. Department of Treasury pursuant to Section 602B of the Social Security Act as added by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act pertaining to the Hiawatha Heights subdivision project. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the audience? Questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6180, an ordinance approving the contract with Great River Associates Incorporated for professional design consulting services in connection with the design of the West 76 Country Boulevard segments 1 and 2 streetscape project and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6180.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get a staff report from Keith.
Mayor, members of the board, this is a long time coming, to get this going here again for our Highway 76 projects. The city requested qualification statements from firms on August 20th of 21 for the design segments of 1 and 2 of West 76 Country Boulevard. 3 requests for qualifications, RFQs, were received and evaluated by staff members of the 76 ECID Board, and the Citizen Stakeholder Team. Staff recommendation from staff was presented to the Finance Committee on December 23rd or 21 to hold personal interviews with three firms, presentations by the three firms, Bartlett West, Cribb Philbick Weber and Weber Group, and Great River Associates, Inc., were held on February 10th of 22. A recommendation was presented to the Finance Committee at their March 3rd, 2022 meeting to move forward with negotiation of a design contract with Great River Associates. Excerpt from the minutes, Pam Yancey moved to recommend Great River Associates as the design firm for segments 1 and 2 for West 76 Country Boulevard project to the Board of Aldermen, seconded by Cody Fenton. The vote follows all yes, no nays, and motion carried. Staff has negotiated a contract with Great River Associates for the professional design consulting services consisting of professional engineering, professional land surveying, architecture, professional landscape architecture in the not-to-exceed amount of $2,032,815. This amount includes land surveying, data collection, infrastructure design, stakeholder engagement, creative design, funding, grant funding, looking for ways to fund the construction of the project, bidding, construction administration, and project management for segments 1 and 2. Staff recommends of the award of the agreement for professional consulting services to Great River Associates, Inc. for design services for West 76 Country Boulevard, segments 1 and 2, and is not to exceed amount of $2,032,815. Staff is also going to recommend a double read tonight so we can get the project moving. Be glad to answer any questions, and staff recommends approval.
Sure. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? I will say that Clay and I are on this committee with Keith, and I can tell you between Keith and Cheryl, who are monitoring this, I don't want to speak for Clay, but my comfort level is very high, Keith, with
Appreciate that.
what you guys are doing. This is a huge monumental change to Branson, to our strip.
Right.
And I know you have the 76 CID board, but in collaboration, this is really good stuff, and it's moving so far on time and on budget, right?
Correct. And, just to add to that a little bit, this segment that we're for segments 1 and 2 is basically from Shepherd of the Hills to the Ferris wheel. That's the portion this will be designed for, and it's approximately 1.2 miles of roadway, new water lines down each side of the road, duck banks, new sidewalks on each side of the road, new lighting. And speaking of lighting, we just finished our lighting project out there for the remainder of the lights we had to put up, which is approximately 16 lights. Is that right, Cheryl? About something like that. And just finished that project, and Roger Clark, our Employee of the Month, was monitoring that project also in coordination with the undergrounding of the utilities too. A lot of night work. He worked, all night long. Sometimes come in at 9, get off at 6 or 7 in the morning for that lighting, just to do the work at night so we don't deter traffic or, impede that with our trucks and everything. So, but, Roger was a great asset to us out there and represented us well.
Thank you, Roger. Question? Go ahead, Marshall.
Keith, so obviously we know there's so much history to this entire project, and creative was a huge aspect of it, especially towards the beginning. And I think as we've moved forward, we've been wise about making sure we at least bury the power lines and stuff like that. But I think from what I'm hearing from vested interests and CID board, they're starting to move forward with some more of the creative. And just as one alderman who doesn't sit on the CID board, I'd like to at some point, maybe in the next few months or something, see a grand scope idea of where everybody's thinking it's going to go now, kind of creatively. I think that would be nice to have in these chambers, just because it's gone so many places. $80 million budget, $200 million. We've been a lot of places with this.
Right. Right.
But I'd love to see where we're all thinking at this point.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Because I know a few of us are staying involved with our meetings, but
Right.
Marshall, it's a great idea to present to the community of where we are today.
Yep. And you all will hear this tomorrow if you come to our ribbon cutting for our 76, segment 3 we just finished. But as of right now, we're about $280,000 under budget on that project.
What?
On our undergrounding utilities. Yep. So that's great. So, yeah.
Going into the century right there.
Thank you. And you opened up Gretna Day early. You better be
You
careful.
betcha.
You're setting up a precedent there.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. This is the architect who's going to be designing this, so they will be asking for a second read tonight so they can keep this project
Correct.
moving on time.
Correct.
That motion carried 5-0.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6180 for its final reading due to time restraint. Already made the motion.
We have a motion and a second.
Just a second, just one moment. There you go, because Alderman Cooper read it, so I
Yeah.
fixed it. Sorry.
Good fix. So, any questions from the audience? What we're doing right now is we're voting to approve just to have a second read. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
The motion carried 5-0.
So, Madam Clerk, would you read this for the second time, and the board will then vote for the final reading?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 6180, an ordinance approving the contract with Great River Associates Incorporated for professional design consulting services in connection with the design of the West 76 Country Boulevard segments 1 and 2 streetscape project, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for approval. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill number 6180.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? Questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill number 6181, an ordinance amending Section 94-11 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining tree preservation. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill number 6181.
Is it me? We have a motion and a second?
Yep.
And a staff report from Lisa.
Mayor and Board, this is a simple adjustment to the code that enhances the language in the Branson Municipal Code to allow expanded use of monies in the tree fund for such things as the purchase of public property for the use of parks, campgrounds, green spaces, trails, and recreation areas. This will also allow increased opportunities for the Parks and Recreation Department. Staff recommends approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. I'm really glad to see us do this. Thank you, Lisa.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill number 6182, an ordinance of the City of Branson reaffirming the gross receipts tax to be imposed upon electric corporations conducting business within the city and matters related thereto. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill number 6182.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Mr. Jim Meadows.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a bit of an unusual situation, so I'm going to kind of walk you through it. Most of the city's electrical power for our customers, as many of you know, is provided by what we now call Liberty Utilities. It was original Empire District Electric. Name change had to do with some corporate changes. Liberty is a for-profit utility provider. And as a for-profit utility provider, its rates are regulated by the State of Missouri Public Service Commission. Unusual for the private sector, but utility companies in Missouri cannot set their own rates. They have to receive approval from the Public Service Commission when they do. Recently, Liberty's approached the Public Service Commission and was approved to increase the rates that customers throughout the state of Missouri pay by approximately 7.5%. You'll see in the staff report the actual number, it's like 7.54 or something like that. As part of that, that triggers a series of state statutes and regulations. As a utility operating within the city of Branson, Branson imposes on Liberty, like most cities do, a franchise fee. That franchise fee is a percentage of the revenue that Liberty collects from customers who reside in the city of Branson. That percentage right now is 2%. That number was factored into the PSC's approval of the increase for Liberty. Under state law, we now have to either adopt a resolution to maintain the same tax rate, and that's the resolution we've brought you tonight, the new ordinance, at 2%, or that rate will automatically be lowered where the city of Branson will be receiving essentially the same dollar amount, but a lower percentage. So the state included with its notice to us of this some calculations. Basically, the city of Branson would be giving up around $50,000 in taxes that Liberty would pay if we do not pass this proposed ordinance tonight. This proposed ordinance is not increasing taxes. First, it is a franchise fee. Second, it is only on Liberty. It is not on the ratepayers in the city of Branson. And from what we've been able to discover, it's already baked into the pie. So whether we pass this or not, the ratepayers in Branson are going to have an increased amount they pay Liberty. Whether we pass this will not affect this. So it just affects the share Liberty Utilities is going. Just for some additional notice, we're not the only community affected by this. The state has provided a list of, I'd say, 50 to 60 other cities, including Hollister. The largest one on the list is Joplin. Joplin recently adopted a similar ordinance for the same reason, to preserve their franchise fee at the rate they were collecting it.
So for clarity, what this resolution is saying is the Public Service Commission has awarded an increase in utility rates. City of Branson has no bearing on that. So all of our residents will see an increase in their utility rates. What we're voting on tonight is the city charges Liberty Utilities a franchise fee. So this extra $50,000 that Jim mentioned will be paid to the city from Liberty Utilities. So as Jim mentioned, this vote has nothing to do with increasing the rates to the consumer. This is just the city able to get a franchise fee from Liberty Utilities.
Yes, and we would be maintaining our existing franchise fee. To be honest about it, I reached out to a gentleman that used to work at the PSC, and he explained that this statute exists so utility companies get a chance to have their taxes reduced when they get a fee increase that the rest of us don't. So by voting to pass this ordinance, you would be maintaining the current taxation level. If we do nothing, the percentage taxes charged to Liberty will decrease, while Liberty's income from Branson residents increases.
Yeah.
So they would net more in their pocket.
Yeah. So, saying all that, does anybody in the audience have any questions? Any members of the board have any questions on this?
So basically, by passing this, we're just extending our contract with them. But
Correct. We are extending our existing franchise fee at the current rate of 2%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Enough said.
Hearing none, let's vote. Thank you, Joe.
Come on, baby. There we go.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is appointments. The appointment process is in accordance with the board and committee appointments procedure for Category 2, appointments made by the governing body. Since there was one applicant and one vacancy, the board will be voting on the appointment of James Duval to the Board of Adjustment to fill the unexpired term of Jim Lawson until April 2024. The floor is open for a motion to approve the appointment for Category 2 as presented.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any questions from anybody in the audience? Any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 5-0. Your Honor, the next item is appointments. This appointment process is in accordance with the board and committee appointments procedure for Category 5, appointments made by the mayor with approval by the Board of Aldermen. Mayor, would you please announce your slate of appointments to be voted on?
The reappointments to the Branson Hills Infrastructure Facility CID Board with terms expiring in June 2025 is Barry Swartz and Andrew.
Ruprecht. Ruprecht.
What's your guess? Madam Clerk, I need clarification on the pronunciation of Andrew's last name.
Ruprecht.
That's what I meant to say. I will say that Branson Hills, their CID board reached out to me, requested that these two gentlemen are currently on the CID board, and they're working harmoniously together, and requested that we reappoint them, and I was in favor of that. Is there any questions from anybody in the audience? Any questions from any members of the board?
The board would be voting on a slate of appointments, and are there any aldermen requesting an appointment be pulled down from the slate to be voted on individually? Floor is open for a motion to approve the slate appointments for Category 5 as presented.
What's that? It's too late.
It's too easy.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience wishing to comment on this? Anybody? Any members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
I know, I saw that. That motion carried 5-0.
Well, that completes our agenda items. Yay! We'll now move on to reports. Alderman Fenton.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be brief. On the city administrator thing we talked about earlier, I think I know I said this before, it's an important decision. I know we ultimately, make the decision of who to hire, but I also think, there's people that work here every day that are going to be dealing with this person day in and day out, and so I just think it'd be, helpful for each of us individually, just to get some input of what the directors and other staff people want as far as that process. So just my 2 cents. I know we all kind of had our thoughts on how it should work, but there's other folks who are going to be working with that person more consistently than we will. So
Thank you for sharing that, Cody. I completely agree with that. I know the board makes the ultimate decision, but they're going to be working daily with our directors, and I think that's an excellent idea. Thank you for making that.
I have nothing, Mayor. No. I yield my time to Alderman Howden.
Well, everybody has to yield their time to Alderman Howden. Alder Chuck?
Alderchuck. What do you say? Oh.
Nothing? Okay, Marshall.
Okay, briefly. And some of these public comment, which I know is our favorite term, no, actually, we really enjoy when the public comes. We just want to keep it on things to do with Branson. But one of the individuals who spoke tonight has been bringing up about stocking the fish in the lake for a few months, Mr. Mayor. So I finally got a chance to reach out to Shane Bush with the Missouri Forestry Department.
Wait, what did you just say about what? I didn't.
Stocking the fish on Lake Taneycomo.
There's a lot of fishermen in the area who have felt for a while now that it's really low.
Oh,
basically.
okay.
They're not stocking enough fish.
Not enough fish. Okay.
And the answer I got from him was, at one point they used to stock 700,000. They intended to bring it down to 560,000, but they had a hatchery in Neosho where about 60,000 of their hatchlings died. So they only put about 500,000 in, and they were really seeing it, especially further down the lake, basically. So what he told me, because this was apparently a big issue among some of our fishermen, is they've now decided to try to find a happy medium. The reason they're doing it is to try to balance fishing, which is huge for our area, with sort of the health of the water system. They're going to be putting 600,000 in this year as a little bit of a compromise. And Shane believes that the fishermen are going to see a difference and they're not going to have these concerns anymore. But he also encouraged any citizens who continue to feel this way to reach out to him with the Forestry Department. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Rout. Dr.
Yes.
Alderman.
So, Mr. Mayor, the only thing I have is I would like to publicly wish my wife a happy birthday, which is today. And tomorrow is our anniversary. See what I did right there? Almost 30 years together, and she still gets to me. I think that's a country song. But I just wanted to wish her a happy birthday and a happy anniversary tomorrow. That's all I got.
That's great. Lisa?
I just wanted to say it was a pleasure to give the oath of office and the badge pinning ceremony to our officers. We have 3 new officers and 2 promotions, and we were introduced to Flex, our new canine dog.
Flex.
So I just want to say congratulations to those officers, and nice to know that we are filling positions, right?
Very nice.
Also, just a reminder, tomorrow there will be the celebration of the 76 in front of Presley's at 10 a.m. That would be how many hours from now? So I'm just
We could
saying,
just go straight from there to there.
prepare for that. So anyway, just a reminder that it's a great milestone, as Keith said. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep my brief also. After our study session regarding homeless and panhandling, I had the opportunity, thanks to Assistant Chief Schmidt, to visit with the director of CORE. I've been anxious to visit with them. I learned an awful lot about their programs. I'm scheduled to visit with them at their facilities and go look at some of their properties. To get together a firsthand knowledge of what that organization does. And we have a few other similar organizations in town. So I am doing my part in following up from that study session that we had. Other than that, I thank everybody for your patience. We can't adjourn until we go. I need a motion.
You mean to verbally do, okay, here we go.
Okay, the next item is to adjourn into executive session. The floor is open for a motion.
Your Honor, I move to go into closed executive session pursuant to 610.021.3 RSMO for personnel.
And we have a second. Please vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Well, I am sorry to report the next item on the agenda is to adjourn. The floor is open to adjourn the Board of Aldermen's meeting. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
That motion carried 5-0.
Meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.